Hello, everybody. Sorry for being late. I guess better late than never. 6 minutes isn't bad. But then again, I usually go on at 8:30, so I guess I'm 2 hours and 36 minutes late. I hope everybody is having a great weekend. I hope your Sundays are going amazing. I simply want to say right off the bat, what's up, Shadowhawk? How you doing, brother? I want to thank everyone last night on the on the YouTube. Rebecca, hello. You're always welcome in my chats. Everyone is always welcome in my chats. Last night when I was on with Apex, my Shadowhawk was there for a while too. I was on with Horror Mike and with Rex and everything. I hit 200 subs, so don't know how long it's gonna stay because it always creeps down. But I want to say thank you. Without you guys, obviously, it wouldn't be possible. I never thought that I would have more than 50 subs. So um, I have a video that's gotten over 7,000 views. I have 3 videos now that have over 1,000 views. And guys, I just want to say, seriously, thank you for watching my pathetic show and listening to me babble and rattle on about absolutely nothing. So I it's crazy because I never thought that it would ever be like this. So thank you. I don't even know what to say. I just babble. But just a few things real quick before we get started. We've got a good show today. I'm gonna make up for Wednesday. You guys know what happened on Wednesday. My phone cracked. It was crazy, but I got it fixed. $400 later. But I got 2 phones fixed. So now I have 2 phones. So that's always the way I work. I always do backups for everything. So, but anyways, I realize those of you out there that have been, knocking the people on the messages and knocking the people on the video, I totally understand that the wallet, the zip wallet, is upside down. The video, I did that video 4 times. Okay, because I couldn't get the lighting right. The dogs would go crazy and ruin the spot. Anytime you record with your phone, it's impossible. So when I loaded it up and I realized that it was upside down, I was like, fuck it. It'll add to the fucking uniqueness of the video. Who gives a shit? So, and as I said, the wallet's working out pretty well. I'm gonna wear it today. I am concerned about the straps. I think the straps are gonna wear out within 6 months. So when I do an official review of it, just like I'll do the brass knuckle switchblade, I'm going to tell everyone what I really think about it, obviously, after I test it for a while. And for those of you that don't know, I'll be going to the Philippines for business at the beginning of the year. I'm going to be taking it there with me the whole time. I will bring a backup wallet just in case it does break. But, I mean, fuck it. I'll give it a shot. But, yes, I realize it's upside down. And cheap shot to the dude that was making fun of the people that liked the video. I mean, that's low blow. You want to make fun of me all day, bro? That's fine. I'll let you make fun of me all day. But don't make fun of my subs that are freaking just liking the video, man. Go check out the wallet, bro. You clicked on the fucking wallet for a reason, right? Go check it out. See if you like it. It costs $40. Check it out. All right. Anyways, moving on. Like I said, we got a big show. As normal, I don't like to lead with a lot of the things that everyone's talking about. I like to kind of show you guys things that people don't want you to see or people bury in stories. Oh, and just to make sure everyone is aware, I do have my Disney mug, okay? And I've got my my black coffee, white, cis male, racist, sexist, transphobic, grape apologist, everything coffee. So just make sure you guys are aware of that, okay? I have successfully fulfilled my quota for the day. It's French roast from her French press. It's fucking amazing, by the way. If you guys haven't ever had French roast, oh my God, yes. All right, so the first story we're going to look at, this is cool. This was not on mainstream at all. This was, now they did do the spot on Fox, but the moment that it was on Fox, it basically got suppressed. So I'm really geeking out about it, actually, because Tulsi Gabbard is... Dude, she's rocking the Casbah, man. She's definitely making some waves, and I'm curious to see what happens in the presidential run, because I was thinking that they were going to go with Tulsi Gabbard as the vice president. And, I wouldn't have minded her being the vice president at all. But at the same time, I never once thought for a second that Harris would be the vice president for obvious reasons. And the fact that Tulsi Gabbard got blackballed because she called Harris out. So this video made me incredibly happy. I really hope you enjoy. And here we go.
Senator Mitt Romney, case in point, put out a tweet calling me a treasonous liar, with no obviously saying that I was, a traitor and a Russian asset or a puppet or whatever it was, but having no evidence to back. Senator Mitt Romney, case in point, put out a tweet calling me a treasonous liar, with no obviously saying that I was, a traitor and a Russian asset or a puppet or whatever it was, but having no evidence to back it up. We sent him a legal letter saying, hey, you've just accused me of a crime. I still serve in the U.S. Army Reserves, of a crime that is punishable by death under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, of committing treason.
Now, to educate you guys a little bit, the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, okay, dude, we can get charged for anything. We can get charged for not having sex in the missionary position, okay? We still get charged for sodomy, like blowjobs, okay? So what she's talking about is the charge that he's applying to her, because she still is technically in the military, in the reserves. That is a fucking serious charge. So if she's correct, which I'm pretty sure she is, I was reading some stuff on it today. I'm going to read a little bit more. But if she's correct, dude, this could get dicey as fuck. I mean, Romney might not have just stepped over the line, but Romney might be liable for anything. And if she could sue his ass or take him to court, I don't think he can go to jail. That's what I'm trying to look at. I don't know if accusing someone for that can make you go to jail. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But by him just stating those charges and saying that she's guilty of this, dude, that could end his career. That could, cause him to go in the poorhouse. Yeah, check this out. It gets better.
And you're in a position of great power and influence where if you really believe that was true, then there are things that you can do. Actually, there are actions that you should take. If you think that's right. If you think that a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army Reserves has committed treason, also former member of Congress who ran for president, well, what are you doing about it? What are you doing about it?
Yeah, come arrest me.
Exactly.
But send the cops to my house.
Exactly. Absolutely nothing. Had no response publicly or privately to our legal letter demanding, hey, you've made this statement, back it up if you really meant it. But that's just one of those many examples where they treat this so lightly and don't have any concern for the chilling effect that it has on our democracy, on us being able as people to say, hey, all this tens of billions of dollars you are taking out of our pockets and our wallets to send to Ukraine, even just asking, where is this money going? How is it advancing the interests of the United States? How is it advancing our own national security interests? Even asking those questions invites those smear attacks, not only on people like Rand Paul, who said, hey, maybe we should actually track this money. Right. What to speak of other people who are, just trying to live their lives and trying to struggle just to survive and being told, well, hey, that the IRS is going to send over 87,000 new agents to go and comb through your taxes, everyday American or small business owner. But how dare you say that we need to hold Ukraine accountable for all this money that we're spending?
Yeah. It's crap. I mean, and everybody knows it's crap too. Okay. That's also the key point is, with channels like Tim Pool's and Daily Wire and Babylon Bee and the Libs of TikTok, and we're going to get to a little bit more about this later on the suppression and everything. But with them opening up these stories to, all these people that never heard this before. Remember, one of my sticklers is a lot of people, probably about 40% of the country, still think Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 black people at random. Okay, they still think that, even though the trial's over, even though he was exonerated, even though he was proven to have defended himself appropriately, and he was a 19-year-old kid just there trying to give people aid, okay, and defend a parking lot of a guy that he knew. they still think that he just randomly picked 3 black people and shot him. When in actuality, he shot 3 white people that were trying to kill him. There is still probably about 40, maybe even as high as 50% of the country that don't know that's what happened. So when stories like this get suppressed or buried on page 29, like when Trump announced himself to be president, what was it, like a month ago or whatever? Shadowhawk, check me on that. Whenever he announced it like a month ago or whatever, dude, the New York Post buried the story on page 27, so no one in New York even knew that it was happening. That's not journalism, okay? That's not that's not news, and that is not even close to how you're supposed to report the news to people. All right, you know, I remember back when I was a kid, and Sunday night news was a deal. Like if we were having like pot roast at Grandpa's, right? And we were sitting there at the table. Whenever the table was done, dessert was served. We would go in the living room. The kids would put together a puzzle. We would always do something that would make our brain work, either like by playing Jeopardy on the computer or checkers on the floor. There was a checkers house. I didn't play chess until I was in the Corps, or until I was in high school. But like we would always have the news on, and the news was a huge deal. If something happened on the news, people freaked the fuck out about it. Now it's like breaking news. Dun, dun, dun. Boy takes a shit in Walmart. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And the seals are just clapping. Okay, that's what it is now. And most of the time it's fucking crap. And again, be careful with what you believe on the news. Okay, like it's just like whenever I have anything from the Gateway Pundit. The Gateway Pundit reports some great stories, okay, but they're very biased. All right, and you will see them constantly. TJ, welcome, TJ. I'm glad you're here. No, I don't. MSNBC does not report the news. MSNBC reports what they want to fucking report, what they want you to believe. You know, we're gonna get some more of it later, anyways. All right, so this thing, I keep thinking that I'm trying to hit this because it's so high up. Anyways, all right, let's move on to the next story. Like I said, I got a cool show for you guys, a good Sunday show, trying to make up for my Wednesday lack. And again, guys, I really do apologize for that. When I did actually get on air, I was so tired. It was a 19-hour day, man. That was a brutal day. But yeah, at least I did something right. We had Hong Kong was on that day, and of course my friend was on there. My brain is blanking right now. I'll remember it in a second. But again, thank you guys. TJ, I hit 200. You didn't see it. I hit 200 subs. So thank you guys so much for that. I'm sure you and Hen and your friends had something to do with that. And just like I told Apex, you guys all taught me how to do YouTube. So everything that I do, I owe pretty much for you guys teaching me. So thank you for all that you did teach me for YouTube. So anyways, moving on. Get away from that, total homo shit. Feelings. Fuck my feelings. All right. So this is good. Okay. This is awesome. Ohio teacher files challenges to mandatory pronoun policy. Now, this is cool because it's doing 2 things. All right. One, it made national news. This actually did make national news. Look who reported it. Okay. Shit. Oh, fuck. We can't block our services. It doesn't even say it on here. Hang on one second. It's on the stream. It is from Jonathan Turley. Okay. So Jonathan Turley reported this. It's right there in front of me. I couldn't even see it. And it goes to show you how tired I am from last night. Okay. We have been following litigation over the required use of pronouns in schools. As University of New Mexico joined those schools requiring the use of chosen pronouns. Remember the teacher in Europe that got arrested for refusing to use pronouns? Okay. Pronouns of students, challenges and cases have mounted. They include actions against both teachers and students for refusing to use pronouns due to their political and religious views. Some of these cases, I wouldn't even say that. I would just tell them to go fuck themselves, have ended in settlements in favor of the dissenting teachers or professors. Now a new case has been filed in Ohio where Vivian Garotti, an English teacher at Jackson Memorial Middle School, alleged that she was forced to resign for refusing to comply with the school's mandatory pronoun policy. And before we go further, remember, you cannot compel speech in the United States of America. You cannot force anyone to say anything that they do not want to say. That is a law. It's in the Constitution. No one can break that law. Gabbard is a professing Christian who strives to live out her faith daily. And I think that that's crap. I'm not saying that Christianity is crap. What I'm saying is I'm getting sick and tired of these people falling back on the Christian thing. We should be using the laws. Okay, I understand separation of church and state. I got that. What I'm saying is I think they're kind of hiding behind Jesus and the cross when they should just be reaching down and grabbing their balls and saying, go fuck yourself. All right. And told the school that she is morally prevented from recognizing any gender beyond two distinct complementary sexes. They allegedly told her that she had to put those objections to the side and leave her teaching position. Okay. First off, hold on. You're not only going to tell a fucking teacher that she can't do what she wants to do in her own classroom. You're going to tell her that if she doesn't do what you tell her to do by breaking a law that you know you're breaking, you're going to fire her. I don't understand how that school wasn't sued, right? Or the local news didn't pick up the story. It doesn't make sense. If this would have happened in 1990, the fucking local newspaper would have been all over it. There'd have been people outside of her house trying to get interviews from her. All right. What is notable is that Gabbard said that she was willing to simply refrain from using any gender-based pronouns and use the student's name. Again, do not give an inch. I said the same thing to the comic guys that are like, well, Superman wasn't that bad. No, Superman was fucking horrible. All right. So was Batman, and so was Wolverine, and so was the Avengers. They all sucked. Okay. Don't give them an inch. All right. Do not comply to tyranny. If you let tyranny take its roots, all it's going to do is destroy your democracy. That's all it's ever done in history, guys. Remember it. We have discussed that option in earlier posts. Indeed, this position led to the settlement of the Merriweather case. In the complaint, Gabbard states, if a student asked to be addressed by a different name and pronouns, Ms. Gabbard would refrain from using any pronouns in the student's presence and would address that student, for example, by last name. She alleges that compromise was rejected. Yeah, because you tried to compromise. Okay? Remember, guys, when you're having a conversation with these people, Shadowhawk says this, Rex says this, Apex says this. We talk about this shit all the time. Okay? These people do not want a compromise. They've literally told white people to get on their knees and kiss the feet of black people, and they've done it on camera on YouTube. They do not want to compromise. They want you to be compelled to do what they say by shaming you into believing that you are wrong because you're either born with a penis or you're born white or you're born with whatever disposition they do not like with that you have no control over. Pretty soon, we're going to see women saying, well, all women that have bigger than C breasts they're just not right. Oh my God. Like, you have breast privilege, and because you have breast privilege, you wouldn't know what it's like to be a woman that doesn't have breast privilege. It's never going to stop. Never compromise. Not even in the face of Armageddon. Was rejected. Defendants Carter and Myers told Mrs. Gabbard that if she would not participate in the students' brainwashing social transition, that she must resign effective immediately. Okay. Now, again, let's read some comments. Here we go. All right. We got, I don't teach. Who are you? What have you done with Vincent? What did I do? What did I say? Just Carol. Carol was on with me yesterday or the other day. And yeah, whenever I was tired of shit. Carol, I barely remember that stream, by the way. Barely remember it. I was like, I remember when I went to bed afterwards, I kind of just like zoned out right when I went to bed. And then I woke up and I had to watch like the first like 5-10 minutes to even remember what we were talking about. That's how zombified I was. Carol, I hit 200 subs because of people just like you. Thank you. Leave Wolverine, Hugh Jackman. I never had a problem with Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine. I had a problem with the way they had Wolverine be in the movies. It wasn't Wolverine. I'm sorry. I'm a Wolverine purist, and I'm never going to back down. I never have backed down. Okay. I like Cyclops too. Okay. And killing off Cyclops in the second fucking movie is stupid. And they made Cyclops into a total bitch in the movies too. Dude, he was the leader of Team A. What the fuck? Anyways, let's see here. You proposed marriage to Rex that night. It was awkward because he said, oh shit, I did? Man, did I offer him like, you know, free midget porn for life? I in Minecraft? That would have been a part of the package deal. I mean, I think he would have gone for that. By the way, Rex was on with us last night with Apex. He seriously was. He was on for about 2 hours. We sat there, and it was the first time I've been on screen with Rex, so it was pretty cool. We had a good time. If you don't, I did in the post. I put a link to the show last night. It was actually really cool, man. We were talking about everything from X-Men, Avengers to Shadowhawk to not Shadowhawk, the guys that we know, but Shadowhawk the character. What's up, Super Spurg? Super Spurg was there for like, you were there for like 2 hours, weren't you, brother? And by the way, before the thing went off last night, I saw that you said that you had all of the first edition. I've got all the first edition too. I've got triplicates of all the holograms from it as well. I've got every single edition, every single card. I could not find Spider-Man versus Venom last night. I looked for an hour after we got off the podcast, and I could not find him. So I don't know what I did with him. I know I've got him in a paper sleeve somewhere, but I checked the safe, I checked, you know, the closet, I checked the gaming, I checked everything, and there's nothing there. So if I don't find it, I'm gonna just go out and refund it. That means I've got to actually talk to collectors again, figure out the mint quality, you know, and do it because it's the most expensive of all the holograms in the entire series. So other than first edition, I believe it's first edition Spider-Man. And there's an alternate blue on the Spider-Man versus Venom, and it's about triple the cost. So I might get that one this time. I might get both, you know, get the green and get the blue just to have them both this time. So anyways, they have a good smell in those cards. I don't know about the smell, bro, but I love them, man. They passed the sniff test, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, so anyways, so this was hired teacher thing. We're gonna see more of this. Okay, we're gonna see judges, police officers. We're gonna see teachers. We're gonna see guys at Home Depot. Remember that video of the old man in Walmart and like the 20-year-old freaking reject from some fucking short bus movie? That's like, oh my God, he's screaming me. You know, you're making it worse. That video, okay? She cut in front of him in line. And because she's a spoiled, idiotic, dumb, stupid, freaking little, whatever the fuck you want to call it, multi-hair colored, fourth wave feminist, brainwashed fucking college student, she thought that she was the victim because she cut in front of an elder. Okay? Hate to break it to you, motherfuckers. All right? But you're supposed to respect your elders. I know this is a hard concept, but you're not the center of the fucking universe. And of course, she was wearing like one of those Hello Kitty backpacks, you know, and she was like doing this and everything. That's what we're going to see. We're going to see more and more and more of this. I mean, Antifa was beating old people in the street and no one gave a fuck. All right. Antifa, I've talked about the lock and a sock guy. Okay, dude. No one, even to this day, has tried to go after Lock and the Sock guy. There's not even an open case about it. And there's videos of him online braining people with a lock and a sock. We're going to see more of this and more of this and more of this until the federal government or the local government puts a stop to it. That's exactly what's going to happen. I was collecting them in high school. Yeah, me too, brother. Me too, man. I have a baseball card. They have gum smell, but these cards smell different. Yeah. I've got what's it called? I'll show you guys sometimes, but I got a lot of the packages of Magic cards and Garbage Pail Kids, you know, still in the packages and everything. I got packages of, you know, Marvel and everything still in the packages, unopened, obviously. So yeah, they have bubble gum in them and shit. I remember one time I went to Walmart and I bought a package of Tops. I believe it was 91, and it was whatever your Ken Griffey Jr.'s rookie was, and the rare card was always on the bottom, and the gum was always on top. And King Griffey Jr.'s rookie card was right on the bottom. It was pretty cool. That was like one of my best kits. Okay. All right. So next story. Let's do the next one. All right. Let's see here. I'm calling this one this is a Bankman Fried update. If you guys aren't familiar, Bankman Fried misplaced $800 billion of Bitcoin. All right. If you guys follow the stock market, it's just because $800 billion of Bitcoin has just vanished or something, or $8 billion of Bitcoin. I don't know. I try not to follow too close to this shit because it's so depressing, because as our money becomes less valuable, the worse we get. And it's just, especially with what I do, you know, it's really depressing. But this one I found quite interesting. Top U.S. Democratic campaign groups moved to return Bankman Fried donations. All right. Wait a minute. There's more. The Democratic Party's 3 top campaign groups are preparing to return a whopping 1.1 million. Now, if that sounds like a small number, you're not wrong. It is. They have received from imprisoned cryptocurrency tycoon Sam Bankman-Fried, they said on Friday. In a statement, the Democratic National Committee said it was setting aside $850,000 in funds received from Bankman-Fried in light of potential campaign finance violations made by the billionaire. The Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee said it was setting aside $103,000, and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, which oversees the party's campaign arm for the House of Representatives, said it was setting aside $250,000. I love round numbers, don't you? This one is my favorite, though. Exactly 250. They were like, you know, he donated 2.5 billion. So why don't we do like 1% of 1%? Everyone would think it's okay. You know, it's like, shut up, dude. All 3 groups said they were awaiting guidance on what to do with the money given ongoing litigation. Bankman-Fried, the founder of cryptocurrency exchange FTX, was arrested in the Bahamas on Monday after U.S. prosecutors accused a 30-year-old of misappropriating billions of dollars and violating campaign laws, which has been described as one of America's biggest financial frauds. Now, that being said, what this basically means is the federal government, air quotes, this is just my opinion, and it's all in Minecraft anyways, right, YouTube? So the federal government was taking donations from this fucking, you know, this tycoon, right? For whatever they were for. Maybe it was to turn a blind eye. Maybe it was to let him have sex with freaking people he wasn't supposed to have sex with. Who knows? He was on purposely donating money to the federal government to get away with whatever it was he was getting away with. Now, when you're a billionaire, okay, you know, I don't know what it's like to be a billionaire. I'll never be a billionaire. Okay, hopefully. I imagine your brain changes. Okay, like, you know, there's research on this, on, you know, the further away you get from the poverty line, the more you disassociate yourself from, you know, the normal rat race, basically. So, I mean, I'm sure that this guy probably lived in his fantasy bubble, and you know, they say he's in jail, but what kind of jail they probably put this guy in? You know, it's probably like a hotel room with a TV and a microwave. He gets hot pockets and video games, more likely than not. But the only reason why this story is incredibly important is that, or I say one of the many reasons, is that they're admitting that they took donations, but they're trying to give it back because they want to say that they're doing a good deed because they don't want to be associated with this guy, which is just total bollocks. It's total crap. All right, let's see here. What do we got? We got, oh yeah, this was kind of cool. So the X-Files directors might have been giving us a little bit of, I don't know, foreshadowing, maybe something like that. So check this out. This is kind of cool. You would think. So, and I have to be careful because there's a copyright thing. I've actually, a couple of my videos have gotten copyright. Whatever. There was a song on a dog video that I did that got copyrighted, and when I played the awesome preview of the Cocaine Bear, whatever it is, oh my god, I can't wait to watch that movie. Or Bear on Cocaine, that got copyrighted too. But so anyways, that was an X-Files show. I believe that was like season 10, back whenever they'd got rid of Mulder or whatever. But yeah, so I don't know. No one has the right to change your DNA, right? Conspiracy theory or fact? What is it, YouTube? It's crazy the world we live in now. So we obviously live in a time. There are ways not to get. Yeah, you gotta pause the video every 5 seconds or something, and I don't care. I'm not doing this for monetization, anyways. I don't give a shit. The first one that I did, the song wouldn't let my video play in Russia. It was really weird because the song was on the video of the dog and the soldier. And the second one didn't do anything. It just said copyright issue. It didn't actually stop it from playing anywhere. So I don't know. Didn't see anything. What are you talking about, TJ? What's up? Didn't see what? You didn't see the video? I played it. I mean, I had sound. They mess with bots. Yeah. I mean, I don't mess with bots, dude. Everything I do is so raw, man. It didn't come through? Oh shit. Okay. Well, let's redo it. That's kind of weird. Maybe they didn't want me playing it. Let's try it again, guys. All right. Here we go. I'm pretty sure it was probably user error. It's almost always me. All right. Here we go. Check it out.
Tad O'Malley has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
But by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant Director. It may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
What I'm saying, Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to
Got to pause it for a couple of seconds.
tamper with your DNA.
Unless we gave them that ability.
So sorry, I guess I didn't hit the share button. And remember, TJ, it's not just me drinking out of my Mickey mug. I'm drinking black coffee. Yeah. So what the Twitter account was saying, let me lower it or shrink it, is please, if you haven't, you must. They're talking to Elon Musk. If you haven't, you must watch this X-File clip, mRNA vax, whether Ukraine, Russia, government super vax, blah, 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 blah. Watch this and have your mind blown. Whoever wrote the script for this episode of X-Files has to be a time traveler or a senior deep state operative who revealed the entire plan just for shits and giggles. Okay? I'm not going to play the whole video because you see it's 4 and 21 minutes long, but basically what they go into is like here's a good spot.
About what's causing it, dead wrong, in fact.
But it's clearly a widespread failure of our immune systems.
Through gene tampering. A virus within a virus that was put there through the smallpox vaccine. It's what these men are calling the Spartan virus.
The Spartan virus? Yeah. I don't know how you guys feel about the jab. I've never gotten the jab. And, a lot of people in Texas have never gotten it because, I guess we think for ourselves here. But, I studied viruses in high school a lot. There was this girl I had a huge crush on, and, I basically took the class just because I wanted to be next to her. But I did get a chance to study viruses, not just check out her ass. But there's all these procedures and everything, right? So like whenever they were coming up with the whole jab, I was asking all these questions. I'm like, wait a second, hold on. You're just gonna make something, do no testing on it, and then just shove it inside of humans, And I can't speak on this because I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a geologist, or what is it called, a biophysicist, but I would never put anything in my body that wouldn't have been tested and approved by the FBA or by the FDA. And if I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure that any type of vaccine has to be approved and tested for 5 years. I think that's the rule. I have to go look that up, but that sounds right. Maybe it's 3 years, but it's a long ass time. For asses. Yeah, no shit, right? No, but yeah. So, but I did think that was kind of funny because The Simpsons has predicted so many things, right? Family Guy predicted a lot of things too. I mean, I do believe Hollywood's directly connected to everything that we're doing, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. But yeah, anyways, that's it. Okay, so moving on. Next one. Here we go. This is Biden's DOJ judge. This is from, let's get this. This is from dailymail.com. Revealed, judge allowed Biden's DOJ to access emails from 3 Trump lawyers and Republican Representative Scott Perry during the investigation into overturning the election. Now, as far as overturning the election bullshit from 2020, look, I've always had this stance. Both sides always cheat. It's always which side cheated better. Trump just got pissed off because he didn't expect him to cheat that well. All right. To his credit, he did try to tell everyone the mail-in ballots were going to be a bad idea. Just saying. A federal judge granted government investigators access to email messages involving Pennsylvania Republican Representative Scott Perry, the official whose cell phone was seized by the FBI in August. It was revealed Friday. U.S. District Court Judge Beryl Howell ruled that emails between Perry and other figures in former President Donald Trump's election overturn effort were not protected by privilege. This included 37 emails among Perry, former DOJ official Jeffrey Clark, lawyer John Eastman, and Clark's aide Ken Kokowski, a former senior counsel in DOJ's civil division. That made them fair game for investigators conducting the wide-range probe into January 6th and the election overturn effort. The decision came in an unsealed ruling from June, Politico reported. The judge also ruled a batch of some 331 documents, guys, from Clark, who featured prominently in the House January 6th committee's public hearings, were not protected in September order on attorney-client privilege. So, again, we're basically allowing the government to do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, and I asked this question, and I get asked this question a lot from family and friends. When's enough, right? Like how many different testimonials do we have to see? How many different people have to come forward? How many people have to do things like, find Epstein's or, find the Weinsteins or the Oprah Winfrey's or, out Jada Pinkett Smith for being a freaking cuckold, cuckold woman or whatever, or a cuckler. What do we have to do in order to believe the shit that's right in front of us? Okay, we all saw Will Smith slap, freaking Casper the Friendly Ghost, right? So why didn't everybody go, why the fuck did Will Smith slap that guy? No, he got standing ovations in the middle of the fucking auditorium, during his, acceptance speech. And then we all know that Epstein wasn't alone. We all know that Weinstein didn't do everything by himself. We all know that if it's connected to several different movie stars, that means a lot of fucking movie stars already know about it. So let's roll that around for a second. If a majority of the movie stars know that there's graping, sexual misconduct, abuse, child abuse going on inside of Hollywood, and they just allow it to happen? Wouldn't that mean that they're all accessories? Huh. Kind of weird, right? This is the same shit. We're seeing this stuff, and they're presenting. Twitter is dropping these bombs, and everyone, or I say everyone, a majority of people are just like, meh, okay. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's like, okay, well, are you ready to start believing some of the other shit that's going on? But again, common sense is not a common virtue. We're probably never, ever going to, honestly see justice for the Biden laptop. We're not going to see justice for Epstein's island. We're not going to see justice for the people that helped Weinstein create the torture chamber with Oprah Winfrey. We're never going to be able to see that happen, okay? Because they're just going to protect them because they're rich as shit. And Oprah Winfrey is incredibly powerful. Let's see here. Yeah. The Simpsons hire a bunch of writers, but it's strange they predicted some stuff. Yeah, man. Family Guy did the same shit, dude. There's like several Family Guy episodes that did exactly the same thing. So I don't take Hollywood serious anymore. Oh, dude, I haven't taken them serious for over a decade. It's been years. I discard Hollywood. Yeah, dude. Like totally. It's like Avatar, dude. Like I was on Midnight's Edge the other day, and this guy texts Florida on there. All I did was say, "What does everyone think about the new woke Avatar?" Dude, he lost his mind. He was like, what makes you think that the new Avatar is going to be woke, huh? What's woke about Avatar? I was like, the new Avatar? I was like, did you not see Cameron talk about male toxicity being something men have to grow out of? I mean, dude, Cameron's been a cuck and a simp since he made Terminator 1. Okay? Like, seriously. I mean, he's been open about it, all right? He's one of those dudes that, like, likes to watch chicks fuck other dudes. I mean, come on. Okay, like he's literally been a part of this thing for a very long time now. And when he made the statement about Avatar, I'm going to butcher his quote, but he was like, this is a story about a mother and her child, and this is the last chance that we have for womanization on film, or something ridiculous like that. And yeah, he was freaking out on the chat, the live chat, and I was like, dude, all right. I gave him a thumbs up, and I laughed because he represents a very large amount of people. Look at the movie Troll, the movie that just came out, Troll. I was expecting it to be this really good sequel to a really good movie, okay? And it wasn't. It was more woke PC bullshit, okay? And because it wasn't as woke, and because it wasn't as PC as, say, like Avengers Endgame, or some of the other horrible movies that have come out recently, Woman King, Wakanda Forever, they were like, yeah, it was okay. Yeah, dude, there was a group of guys that I used to watch on YouTube that I don't watch anymore, that was saying the new Predator movie, Prey, wasn't that bad. A 95-pound chick soaking wet beat the greatest hunter in the universe, and it wasn't that bad because she does cool little moves behind trees. People are accepting this shit, man. It's like just a part of reality now. So, I remember Will Smith was wearing a dress. Yeah. Oh, didn't they get a picture? Was it LeBron James that was in a skirt with his date or something? It was one of those basketball players. Oh yeah, Will Smith's son. Yes, yeah. He's like non-binary or something. I don't know, dude. Yeah, because good representation of great parenting, right? Everyone that goes into Hollywood ends up all weird and stupid. It's because they live in a bubble, bro. When you're told every day that your shit tastes like, moose, like the moose pudding or whatever, dude, you're gonna believe whatever the fuck happens, dude. For real. All right, moving on up. All right, so let's see here. This one, did I skip that one? No. Here we go with the map. Anyways, all right. So this is pretty scary. This is MSNBC, TJ. Just so you know. Mm-hmm. I saw this and I was like, what the fuck? And again, this is probably something people have not seen. Let's see here.
But to your question,
Yeah.
it is well past time, especially because pediatric hospitals across the country are overwhelmed, as you said, that we just need to accept what's unpopular. And I'll just say it, that communities across the country, especially with pediatric hospitals that are overwhelmed, which is most, just need to mask up.
I love how they showed a picture of this hospital with empty beds when he said that. But remember, on the side of the boxes of the masks, it specifically says, this product will not protect you from virus of unknown origin, and it will not prevent the spreading of the virus of unknown origin. Remember that.
Schools need to take the leadership here. Public health officials need to accept that we, and I know that they privately communicate this all the time. It's just we need to have the courage to say this publicly, even if it's unpopular, that communities, especially with hospitals, children's hospitals that have little stock in the system, need to protect those hospitals. Schools need to lead by example and mask, and that school officials, I'm looking at you, public health officials at the local level, it only makes sense.
It's so disgusting. We're going to watch another video when we get to the end, when we do the fun videos. I know everybody loves those. When we get to the fun videos, you guys are going to see why they do this. Okay. Anyone that can read and has an intelligence, IQ above a 50, okay, can discern for themselves that this is total bullshit. Okay. They have an agenda. They have a reason why they're doing this. There's a reason why the children that wore masks in school lost, what was it? Jordan Peterson said it was like 10 IQ points. All right. During the COVID lockdowns. Okay. Can we say COVID in Minecraft on YouTube anymore? So, but yeah, this is, and remember, this guy's a doctor. This dude took an oath, the Hippocratic Oath, to protect against all harm. Period. Yeah. I didn't give a shit. Someone's lining his pockets with something, that's for sure. And it ain't fucking Cheer or Mary. All right. I call this one brainwashing again. Seems pretty basic to me, but you guys let me know what you think. Because, yeah. It's never going to go away. I don't think it is anyways, until we do something about it, obviously. But I don't know if we ever will. Even if the Republicans take the House again. Executive government funding. Exclusive. Government funding research into correcting false beliefs from misinformation. I love the way they word things now. Okay. So is this going to let me? No, it's just going to show me the picture. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? A teaspoon on an empty stomach burns 12 pounds of fat a week safely. Right. The U.S. government is funding research on how to correct false beliefs held by Americans in partnership fact checkers due to the alleged spread of misinformation online. War Room can reveal. Launched on July 7th, 2021, the grant from the National Science Foundation, the NSF, for another three-letter word, is titled How False Beliefs Form and How to Correct Them. The project originally allocated $444,345 to the Vanderbilt University Associate Professor of Psychology and Human Development, Lisa Faggio. But since its inception, has amounted $506,407 in funds for the researcher. So a little over an extra, what, 70,000, 60,000. There is currently an urgent need to understand the real world effects of misinformation on people's beliefs and how the best to correct false beliefs, explains the synopsis of the grant's purpose on the NSF website. Through a series of laboratory and naturalistic experiments, the project team is examining the effects of repetition on belief in real world settings and how to more effectively counteract misinformation. Continues the summary of the project, which is set to conclude in 2024. By examining these basic psychological processes in primary domain within which they affect daily life, misinformation on social media, this work will have implications for real world practices aimed at reducing the impact of misinformation. Well, it won't let me blow this up. I don't think so. Let me see. Nope, won't let me blow it up. Damn it. Well, let me, you know what? Sometimes it has, I don't see it on here. No, it's not let me do it. Sometimes let me blow it up on the screen itself. Let me do it. Okay. So the research will inform real-world practices aimed at reducing the impact of misinformation. And the NSF notes the fact-checking practitioners are consulted to help guide the research and results we'll be discussing with them. The NSF, however, does not identify any of its fact-checking partners, which are notoriously rife with left-wing bias. Faggio, the principal investigator on the project, also notes in her professional bio that her research informs basic theories about learning and memory while also having clear applications for practitioners such as the journalists and teachers. Now, I'm reading this, obviously, there's a lot of word salad in here, but they're using our logic and our science-based psychological data that we have said countless times. And it's very simple. If you tell a lie enough times, it becomes the truth, or it becomes believed as the truth. Now, I want to point out something. We had Barack Obama become president. What was it? 2008, right? Was it 2008 or 2004? No, 2008. And for the last, let's just say 16 years. Okay, let's make the kids 5 years old. They're not watching the news at 5 years old. So you take those kids that are 5 years old, and they've been told nothing but what they've seen since Barack Obama has been president. You will have, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds that are in college, graduating college right now, or going through college right now, that do believe what they've been told since they were born. It's just like that video I showed a couple weeks ago, how that half white, half black, self-identifying, non-binary black female with the pink hair told her white father that had given her everything her entire life, that he was a racist, sexist, misogynist, blah, 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 and deserved to burn in hell for all ever. And he was going to take her, the money that he left her, which I don't understand why he did that, freaking to out him and all other white cis males for the patriarchy and bring down this great, wonderful world that she lives in. On with communism. Okay? It's the reason why things like that are happening. Because just like she just said here, let's do this again. All right. Faggio, the principal investigator on the project, also notes in her professional bio that her, I love how she said her research, like we didn't fucking know this, right? Her research informs basic theories about learning and memory. Really? While also having clear applications for practitioners such as journalists and teachers. Okay? When the beatniks in the 1960s and 70s graduated and then became professors themselves and then started creating their own following and their own cults and the satanic death cult thing that's been going on, they created their own generations of people. That's how they're able to get into the colleges and the high schools. They're just the old beatniks, or the children of the beatniks and the hippies. So they've been able to basically teach our children from, probably the early 90s. Once you do the research on it, it's not hard to figure out how they did this shit. It's the same reason why we're seeing fully functioning, intelligent people walking around wearing the hammer and sickle, or the Black Lives Matter communist fist. They don't even know what the fuck it means. And they're also the same people that are like, well, if communism was done the right way, like if I was running the world, communism was work. There's never really been a good implementation of communism, but it would work if done correctly. And then the moment that you challenge them on it and say, hey, why don't you give me an example of how communism could be done correctly? They can't give it to you. They really have no idea what they're talking about, because they're just narcissistic pricks, because they've been taught to be narcissistic pricks since they were 5 years old. And now that we have a supercomputer in our pocket and people reading an article once or a how-to once, they automatically think they're a fucking expert when they have absolutely no real world application. That's exactly what she's talking about here. So anyways, going on a tangent. Yay. All right. So I saw this video. It says Californians, if they have a flat tire, it takes 2 people to fix that tire. As to the East Coast, everyone alone fixes their tires. Well, we were one of the things that it's like a rite of passage for a dude. Okay. Like women on the normal, TJ, don't get offended by this, okay? Women on the normal can't change their own tire. It's just a normal female thing. They'll call their dad, or they'll call their brother, or they'll call their boyfriend, okay? But if a dude, this is me growing up, and I remember I was driving at 14. I bought my first car, or I paid half of it, and I paid for my driver's ed. I could change a tire like fucking 12. I helped my dad change tires in the front yard. I helped my dad change tires in the fucking driveway. So if you couldn't change a tire, this is me growing up in my state, okay? All right. If you couldn't change a tire in Texas and you were driving a car and you were a dude, people looked at you funny. Now there's an app on your phone when you're a guy and you just call someone to come and change your tire. It's sad, man. I've pulled over and helped people change their tire, So I don't know which part you were telling it was true, brother. Well, my little monologue. Yeah, it's funny, right? No, and hey, look, I've met some badass butch lesbians that can change their own tire, okay? But I mean, like a feminine woman, you're not going to be mad at her because she can't change her own tire. I don't expect, if I'm dating a woman, I don't expect her to be able to pull a tire out of the back of her fucking car and jack up a vehicle and change it on the side of the fucking road. I don't expect that of her. But if you're a dude and you're fucking calling your dad to come and change your fucking tire, one, your dad's a total fucking failure. And two, you're a simp cuck bitch. Like, seriously. Sorry. Hey, dude, totally cool. I got it. All right. Britain's a little bit different, over in Europe. I mean, like we talked about this before. You guys drink wine. Look at how bad we handle alcohol in America. We talked about that in our first meeting. Okay. There are certain things here that just aren't acceptable. Now, are there women that can change tires? Yeah, sure. Like, it's probably a 1 in 10 ratio. All right, TJ. So, oh yeah. I was driving, 4-wheelers, 3-wheelers, little mopeds when I was very young. So, but I drove my first car at, like, I don't know, 13 or 14. I don't think it was 12. It was like 13 or 14. Go-karts don't count, right? So, drive tank transport at 13. Ooh, look at you go, girl. I never drove a tank. Never. I got something on the screen here. I never drove a tank, but I'm jelly. Well, this video was explaining West Coast culture and East Coast, basically. Yeah, no. I agree with you. When I was in California, we would, get a flat tire, right? Like I remember one time my buddy, I'm not going to dox him. We were driving a Mustang, all right, and we get a flat. Fucker didn't have a jack. He didn't have a crowbar. He had the spare tire. Dude, it had a lock nut on it, right, to keep it from bouncing in the trunk, okay? We couldn't even take the lock nut off. And there's 4 Marines, and we couldn't even take the lock nut off because he had never changed a tire in his life. We got lucky as shit because a dude pulled over and had everything we needed in his car. It was a Mustang, so it was a light car, so it was good to go. Well, I'm very jealous of you then. I wish I did, man. But I wish I visit Texas, though. Dude, I mean, okay. The one thing cool about Texas, I got to say this, I have a lot of complaints about Texas. I've always been very, very open about the way I feel about Texas. But man, I got to say this, dude, when people get like trouble on the side of the road in Texas, like you have to fight to be the first person to help them. Now, in Dallas, it's a little bit different. San Antonio, Austin, people drive right past you. But like if you're in a small city, just kind of driving through, dude, yeah, like, I mean, people will, let's say like you have a flat tire or your battery goes dead, like in a gas station or something, man. Like if you're in a small town, the people in the gas station will bring you coffee. They'll call the local, whatever to help you out. I mean, dude, they're really cool. So it's just different here. Send me link for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? What do you mean? You want me to send you the link here? Oh, you mean you want to come on StreamYard? Okay, yeah. Copy. Come on. I've asked you to come on my show several times, and you never have. So come on, girl. Get on here. Let's see here. How come? And also, TJ, how come none of the other girls from Hinge Show ever come on and watch me? Donut doesn't come on anymore. Cherry's never been on my stream once. I've never even seen her in the chat. I always figured that Cherry would come on. What's up, snotty tinsel toes?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah,
Right.
you're live.
I'm live.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Good.
Well, I'm dying of cold and flu and chest infection and the ear infection, but hey ho.
Hey, you saw me go through it. I had to go through it. It's just your turn. You know?
No, it's not my turn.
It's my turn.
It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. I don't want this shit. I can't drive, can't walk, can't do football.
Oh man, remember I got poison ivy first. Okay, so I was walking around my house in my underwear for like 2.5, 3 weeks. All right. Right after I got done with poison ivy, I got RSV. Okay, I had that for like 3 weeks. And then right after I had RSV, I got a cold. So for like 7.5 weeks, man, I was just like miserable. So I feel you. I really do.
You're always miserable. Oh no, sorry, that's me. No, that's me.
That's you. Yeah. In Florida, they do help people. Yeah, Florida's good too, man. Yeah, they really do. Florida's a good place to live. But what brings you on my show today, my friend?
I'm going to address this female changing fucking tires business.
Please do. Please do.
Right. You've got to remember that I live mostly in England, Great Britain, which is a small country, relatively speaking, and our lanes are 1 car wide in some places.
Yeah, they have to like kind of go, like if I remember, they have to kind of like go off the side when you're passing somebody or something.
Yeah,
right.
We have passing places.
Yeah.
So I was taught to change a tire as soon as I could. Now, that was before I could learn to drive. Legally, we're only allowed to drive a car in this country at 17.
17? Really?
17. We're not allowed a driving license until we're 7. We can drive a moped, a 50cc scooter at 16.
We can get a hardship license at 15 and a legal license at 16.
Yeah, you see, that's where you all fail. Anyway, no, you just need vehicles because it's a big country. There's a long distance. Your kids just can't walk anywhere.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, like, we get kids that get like Porsches for their first car, right? And then their parents, like 3 days after they give them their Porsche, right, are at their funeral because they wrapped it around a fucking telephone pole. Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with you, but I learned how to drive very young. I was driving my first 4-wheeler when I was like 7. I was changing tires just like you, very young. My dad was a mechanic. He taught me about cars. He taught me about how to drive. I mean, I was racing very young too. I raced in California while I was there. So I agree with you. I've always been very upset with the fact that we do not teach our kids in America enough about how to drive. And I'm always super angry that we don't teach men how to change tires. Now, it's different here for us with women. I know that women are a little bit more independent in Europe. I got that. But here, women are not expected to, man. AAA is number one. If you don't guys have AAA is a car type thing. Okay. Like they change your battery and shit. Okay. All right.
We have RAC and we have the AA. Which
is
not Alcoholics Anonymous. It's Automobile Association.
Okay. But here, the number one customer for AAA is women. Number one, hands down. Like 70%, 80% of their customer base is females because women are specifically not taught to do things when it concerns automotive stuff. Now, there are female mechanics. They're very rare, okay, but they do exist. It's like 1 in 10, maybe half, maybe 0.5 in 10 kind of ratio, but they do exist. But yeah, generally speaking, if you're dating someone, a man's dating a woman, you're the first call she gets. Or if you're a daughter, like a 16-year-old driving a car, which I don't think they should be, you're calling your dad the moment you have a flat tire. And a lot of the times, like when I pull over, if I see a woman that needs to change a tire, she doesn't even have a crowbar or doesn't have a jack on her car and doesn't know where her, spare tire is. Stuff like that. That's just common. Yeah.
That's shameful. Can you take me off full screen, please?
Yes, I can. Sorry. Okay, let's get you off. Get off the full screen.
I know I'm awesome. I know I'm amazing, and I know that bike is absolutely fabulous.
But and also too, you know, I want to also say this. I've told you this before. You're the exception to the rule in a lot.
I am
of
seriously the exception to the rule.
So,
but
like,
I just wanted to straighten out for your viewers that you're in America and I'm in the UK.
But
so in the UK, we tend to be taught for safety reasons because it takes 20 minutes to change a tire, and it couldn't take up to an hour for a rescue service to get to you.
Yes.
So for safety reasons, we're taught basic mechanics. Most women in this country are taught basics, like this is how you change a tire, this is how you check your oil, this is how you do your fan belt. You know, basic. I mean, you can't do it now. What I know about mechanics, I can't do on a new vehicle.
Yeah, they're different now. Yeah, they're different now. Yeah.
But I do know how to change my tire, and I do have a jack, and I do have a powered jack. I can't do an ordinary jack anymore. I do have a powered jack in my car. But there's little things that we're taught that you're women are obviously not. Now, here's another exception to the rule. My husband doesn't drive because he's never needed.
Okay, that makes a difference. That makes a huge difference. Yes.
Because he's always used public transport. Because we have public transport, we have a very good public transport system in the UK.
Yeah.
So when we got together, it's better than New York. It's marvelous.
Well, I'm saying the people in New York don't usually drive. They usually take taxis.
Yes.
Public transport.
Taxis or public transport, metros or what do you call it, subways and
subways. Yeah.
But do you have a regular bus service on the surface?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. So what your New York is like is what nearly every single town, village, and city is like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In most of our big cities, TJ, I don't say all, in most of our big cities in the US, especially if you're above the Mason-Dixon line, you're gonna have some form of public transport bus system. Now, there's exceptions to the rule, like Montana. You're not gonna find a lot of public transport in Montana. It's just not gonna happen. But you know, if you're even in Tennessee, if you're in Knoxville, Tennessee, there's a public transport system. They don't have subways. They don't have, a rail system. But even in Dallas, they've got a rail system now. I don't know if you knew that or not, but they got a rail system in Dallas now. And you can go Fort Worth, Dallas, and Arlington, and some extremities like maybe Plano. I believe it's in Frisco now. Some of the smaller, kind of bigger residential places. But you get outside this little tiny circle, though, and there ain't shit. There's nothing. And and like I told this when I go on some people's podcasts that do like the Uber and do the DoorDash stuff, dude, an average Uber pickup is like 25 miles in Texas. Think about that. Like you're driving like 25 miles in Uber. In New York, it's like 5, or San Diego, it's like 3 miles, So it's a little bit different in Texas, than it is where you are.
Yeah.
But I have to say though, one thing that always impresses me about women that are across the pond, I'm not just talking about England. I mean, talk about Greenland, Iceland, Scotland, Ireland, pretty much all the European nations, Italy, Spain, whatever. They're much more competent and much more educated than our women here. And case in point, let's say you go to Miami. Let's use Miami. I'm going to pick on Miami. All right. You go to Miami and you talk to women in Miami, and they're going to know all about gender pronouns. They're going to know all about Antifa and Black Lives Matter and the current Kardashian trend. But you take 10 women and ask them to name 3 countries outside of the United States of America, and they will have a problem naming 3 countries outside of America. But they know exactly
those TikToks.
Yeah, but you ask them what Kim Kardashian did that morning, and they know. You ask them what Jada Pinkett Smith Twitter said that day, they're gonna know, but they can't name 3 countries outside of the US. So it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. By the way, Super Spurg, yes, it is a wild place. People rob banks with samurai swords. When I went to Florida for rehab, I went to Jacksonville for rehab, dude. So that is correct. They came over from Cali places. Yeah. A lot of people go to Florida for that stuff, man. You lived in New York, and that's funny. He lived in New York, and you had to change the tire. But hey, do me a favor, TJ. You got to tell Hen and Donut and Cherry to come on my show. I want to get all of you guys on my show, like you guys did to me that one time. Remember when you guys first met me? I'd love to have all of you guys on my channel, all of you lovely ladies and females of the human species on the channel. Okay, so like talk to Hen about it. Yeah, like talk to Fanta, talk to Hen, and see if maybe we could do like some kind of like, maybe a wacky Wednesday where we're all on the same panel together or something. And
there is a timing issue. We do know that, but
of course, yeah, of course.
I am going to say this in defense of a lot of the English.
Mm-hmm.
If you promise to keep politics out of it, they probably would.
Well, but I mean, again, we're going to be on my channel, not on your channel.
Yeah.
Okay. But I will agree to keep politics out of it to a certain extent, so we don't have to. Because I know that Hen hates it. I know she does, and I know that's why she doesn't watch me too. But what I was thinking of is like maybe we do something like you guys come on and we'll talk about something specific like that you guys want to talk about, so we don't have to bring up politics. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we get whatever. I don't give a fuck what it is. I mean, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I'm always watching you guys. Granted, I can never answer your quiz questions because they're always about shit across the pond. But
no, they're not. No, they're not.
A majority of them are. I can't answer half of them. I can't answer half of them. No. You were playing songs from like Britain that I've never even heard before.
No, you're on about hens. You're on about hens quizzes. I do a quiz once a month, and my quizzes are specifically half and half. And I also put European questions in because we also have Europeans on panels.
True.
See, my next quiz is the 22nd of December at 8:30 UK time. I don't know what time that is. My brain just goes, it's over there.
I don't know. I don't know either. Don't get me in line. Shit.
You just can work that out.
Yeah.
And it's a Christmas quiz. I know I'm gonna lose half the people because the timing. Do you know what I mean? But I do really, really try hard with my quizzes to do half and half, at least the very, very least half and half.
I've probably watched like 3 of yours or 4 of yours, and I would say that's probably about right. About half your questions I can answer. I always feel like because I mean I'm a trivia guy. I love playing Trivial Pursuit. I love doing stupid trivial games, but I don't really know a lot about English's history, and it shows me exactly because I'm a history buff too, and it really shows me exactly how much more I need to read. And I've read a lot of books, but no, I love your guys' show. I love watching you guys. I love hearing you guys talk. What's up?
It comes to something when an old Brit woman knows more about your country than you do.
I don't think you know more about my country than I do. But
your history. There's a couple of questions that none of the Americans could answer.
Like what? Give me an example. Put me on the spot.
Oh, can't think now. I'm full cold. That's an excuse. I'm sticking to it. Anyway, back to this tire business.
Yeah, back to this tire business. Right. But don't let me forget to tell you a funny thing, though. But before you get off, remind me to tell you a funny thing. All right, go back to the tire business.
So, as I said, my husband doesn't drive.
Okay.
Now, my son is in the forces. Right? Mm-hmm. And this is when he literally just finished his basic training. And he'd driven home to visit us and all and then he was driving back down south again, which was like over 500 miles away.
Okay.
And it was pitch black when he got there. He mounted the curb, blew his tire, and didn't know what to do. There was no lights on this street, on this road. None.
Okay.
We have cat's eyes on the side of our road. Do you know what they are?
Cat ties? I've never heard that before. What does that mean?
Cat eyes.
No.
Eyes.
No.
EYES.
No. What is that? What are those?
They're two little round reflectors on the very edge of the road.
Okay.
So when you're driving, your lights hit them. You know where the edge of the road is.
Okay, we have white road or white reflectors in the middle of the road, and I think on some highways they do have like a white line with reflectors in it, but we don't have cat's eyes on there. So okay.
Well, if you Google cat's eyes UK,
no,
road, you get the idea. The middle reflectors on the middle of your road. I think we have something very similar on the edges of our roads in the country lanes, so that we don't drive into ditches, so that we don't drive into bushes, because we can't see them because there's no lights. And you've got to remember, our cars are at least a third skinnier than your cars.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, our cars are a lot skinnier. So
they're like all considered compact cars, right? I think.
Yeah,
something like that.
Near
like
enough.
Martha's
Near
Garage
enough.
and all that. Yeah.
Near enough, right? So he had to phone somebody, and he phoned the RAC, Royal Association of Thingy.
Yeah.
And because he'd never changed a tire.
So you never taught him to change a tire?
That was my fault. I never taught him to change a tire.
That's
that
why I
rectified.
like TJ, guys. That's why I like TJ. Right there. TJ takes responsibility for her shit. I love this one.
I really took hold of my shit that day, I'll tell you. Over the phone, I taught him to change his tire.
Dude, I would pay to listen to that conversation.
While in tears, because my motherly instincts took over, and I knew that he was in a scary position.
That is a scary position on the side of the road, no lights, and it was nighttime, right?
Black.
Pitch
yeah,
black.
Pitch black.
So yeah, dude. Did he have a road flare? Did he have flashers or anything? I mean, was
nothing.
he able to...
Nothing.
Oh, dude, that's scary. Where was he? What part was it? Where was he in a good part or a bad part?
He was in southern England, and he was about 20 miles away from camp. So.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah. On a back country road, literally not quite a one lane one, but a skinny 2 lane one.
Yeah.
You know, if a woofer went past, if an articulated lorry went past, he was done for. So I told him.
One person not paying attention on their phone, whatever.
Exactly. I said to him, push your car. Can you see anything? So he said, I think I can see a garage, forecourt, a petrol station, gas station. I have got to think what I'm talking about. A gas station forecourt. He said that I can see it. I said, can you push the car to it? He said, well, I should be able to. It's downhill. I said, push the car so that you get under the lights. So he pushed the car into the garage forecourt. It's only a little.
Good.
It was shut because it was midnight, gone.
Okay.
2 o'clock in the morning. So it was shut, but the lights were still there. I said, right, at least you're safe. You're off the road. So I'm doing this over the phone, crying my leg off because I know it's unsafe and I wanted to be there and help him and I couldn't be.
You're a good mom.
So I taught him, changed his tire, sorted that out. Then his phone started dying. So I said, have you got your laptop with you? He said, yeah. I said, plug your phone into your laptop and charge your phone by your laptop. He went, I never thought of that. I said, no, you don't, because you're in a scary position and your brain's gone dead. So he did all that and got him to safety.
Good. I'm glad he was safe. And you know what? But also a testimonial to you, though, even though you were being emotional. You know, women are obviously more emotional than men. You were, to a credit to you, though, you were able to do what you needed to do and get your son out of that situation. Now, obviously, you know I respect you. You know that I care about your opinion. So let me ask you this, and be brutal, like I like you to be. Don't sugarcoat this. Do you think the average American woman in your situation would be able to do the same thing for her son?
Nope.
Now,
did you see how quickly that came out?
Yeah, where's the disconnect? This is a lot of stuff that I talk about. I know that Hen doesn't like me to be political. I know that. But dude, one of the issues that we have is no one wants to talk about this shit. TJ, that's one of the reasons why this sucks. because
I'm-
I can't have this conversation. I can't talk to women about this because the moment that it comes out of my mouth, I'm a sexist or I'm a misogynist or I'm just a big meanie. You know, it's like
Yeah,
it's like look, yeah, it's like look, you have to be able to take responsibility for the fact that you didn't give your son or your daughter the ability to take care of themselves. And considering the fact that we have so many single mother households, it's like crazy, dude.
I mean, I'm a big butch dyke as far as you're concerned. But hey ho.
Well, you're a heterosexual. I mean, but at the same time, in America, okay, a woman like you would be considered. Any man that met you would consider you to be a lesbian. I'm not joking. Seriously.
No, they wouldn't.
Like totally,
yeah,
they would totally think that you were some butch dyke or something. And remember the women I grew up with. I told you the first time I met you. I grew up with women that would literally kick cows in the ass to push them down the trough to go get slaughtered. Okay, those were the women I grew up around. So it's like, what happened? Okay, like
princess happened.
Yeah, okay, but also something. It's not just incest. It's like there's
not incest. Princess.
Oh, prince. Dude.
Daddy's little princess.
Yeah, daddy's little princess, Jewish little princess. But you know, when we started telling women that they were the prize and that they have to be this, you know, independent, strong, you can have as much cock as you want and no one freaking can tell you that you're wrong. That's whenever we started losing them. And that's the princess mentality that you're talking about. And then when you meet the 28-year-old and she's done taking dick, right? She's like, well, now I'm ready to get married. And then the first question out of the Christian dude's mouth, the Judeo-Christian family, because you know she's going to marry a guy that has good values, right? He's like, well, what's your body count? And of course she tells him, well, I stopped counting after 50. And then she wonders why he doesn't want to be with her. And it's like, I'm sorry. And I had this conversation with women that I train or women that I talk to, that I coach. I'm like, look, you have to be able to understand that you gave away what makes you precious for free. And now you're asking this guy that actually did what he was supposed to do, followed the rules, to pay for it when you didn't make anyone else pay for it. That's how I have to explain it to them. And they don't get it. They don't understand, TJ. It's like, what are you expecting to happen? You didn't respect yourself. So you're expecting this guy to respect you when you never had respect for yourself. It's
okay, right.
You know, so
I'll just on a side note there.
Yep.
So is it okay for a bloke to go and sow his wild oats with as many women as he wants to?
I've been asked this question hundreds of times. You've got your Chads and Tyrones. There's two different categories of men that do what you're talking about. You've got your Chads and Tyrones. Those are the guys. Those are the 20% of dudes that are taking advantage of TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat. All right. They're the ones that the 85% of women are going after, looking for. And that's why the 85% of women that are looking for those Chads and Tyrones thinks that every dude is like Chads and Tyrones. Okay. Then you've got the guys that are, you know, awkward and they don't really know how to talk to women and they're virgins at like 30 and they've had like maybe one sexual partner. Okay. I don't mind. Like if my son were to come to me and ask me this question, I would say, look, dude, you got to make a choice. Okay. Am I telling you not to have sex? No. But this is what I am telling you. One, it's dangerous to have sex with a lot of women. Okay. It is. If you're not smart about it, you're either going to get them pregnant or you're going to catch something from a woman that you know for a fact has already slept with a bunch of dudes. Okay. And men obviously can't be called whores because that's a different subcategory. But, you know, a man in today's society is respected for more women than he has. Does that make it right? No. But I've never met a woman that was mad at me for having my body count. Ever. Not once. Does that make me a good guy? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But you've met women who you've met a woman and you've not been impressed with her body count. Well, because it's different. You know, life's not fair. But at the same time, it's just the way it is. I mean, it's not fair. Men. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you that in our society, and no matter what society it is, men are respected for their higher body count. Women are not respected for their higher body count. That's just how it is. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying that's how it is. Now, again, you asked me if it's okay. I don't think that it's okay for men to just fuck whoever the fuck they want. I do not. Okay. I've been there. I've done it. I wish I could go back and take a lot of that back. I really do. Because I learned a lot, especially as I got older. I learned that there were certain things you just shouldn't fucking do, TJ. Okay. You just shouldn't. All right.
So,
and
the stereotypical college jock that we see on the films
that's
and
a
the
Chad.
TV.
That's a Chad. Yes.
That's a Chad, right? Okay. So, have you found me a pin, have you, love?
Yeah.
At least it was through your slipper. I dropped a pin earlier, and my husband found it for me. Stood on it.
Yes. Nice.
It's good of him, wasn't it?
It was good of him. Yeah.
So we see those films, and he's the big handsome, and all the girls drool over him, and he's with this girl, and he's with Stacey that time, and he's with Becky that time, and he's with Lucy that time, and he's with this one, that one, and that. And Marcia's sitting there drooling at him at the back, and because Marcia's got glasses on and a longer skirt, she doesn't get a look in. So when Marcia grows into herself and becomes a really good-looking woman, all the fellas are after her. She's not allowed to be.
Not all the fellas. No, of course not. No, women are not socially accepted to be able to do it. A woman is born with her value. A man has to earn his value. Okay, it is much harder for a man to be promiscuous than it is a woman to be promiscuous. A fucking 3 can go to a bar and pick up a 9. A 9 can go to a bar and he's lucky to go home with a 3. That's just how it is. It's not fair, but it's the way it is. Most men aren't even respected until they're in their 30s, mid-30s. They have to take time in order to earn what they have. I mean, a dude walking into a store. Look at me for an example. If we use an example, it's anecdotal, but look at me as an example. When I walk into a store, I don't purposely avoid eye contact. I do not make eye contact with women. I specifically do not do it. Okay, I'm not interested. I do not want to have anything to do with them. Period. That is a part of my life that I'm done with and I'm over. Okay, but even me being the person that I am, the successful level that I'm at, I would still have to try incredibly hard to pick up a woman. It would not be easy for me. But let's take me as a young 21-year-old. I got yoga pants on. I'm purposely not wearing underwear. I want the men that have triple-digit figures for their income, okay, the 100,000 and above, to look at my ass. But I do not want any of the men that are working at McDonald's to look at my ass. Tree goblins in the house. So it's different. And again, I'm not saying that it's fair. I mean, life ain't fair, TJ. But to answer your question, no, she's not respected, and she's not supposed to. A woman is supposed to protect her fertility and her youth. That's what men want. Men want a woman to be fertile. They want her to protect her, her fertility, obviously. And if she's had 20 dicks inside of her, TJ, men don't respect her. That's just the way it is. That's where the term slut and whore comes from. And remember, again, a man has to work to be a Chad. He's not just born a Chad. Chads are, they're billionaires. They have yachts. I mean, how many? Instagram is 75% women for a reason. Okay. And the 25% of men that are on Instagram that are pulling the other 75% of women on Instagram, they're not dudes flipping burgers at McDonald's. They're guys that are driving around in Porsches and Lamborghinis. So, you have a whole 75, 80% of men that aren't getting any action. And those are the men that I teach. Those are the men that I train. And I teach them, you need to be careful where you put your dick. I tell them that, TJ. I'm like, look, you can go and do whatever you want. You can go and have this, but you need, just like the women, because I tell the women the same thing. You need to be ready to face the consequences of your actions, period, regardless of what sex you are. And if you're just shoving your dick inside of any chick that you walk by, you're no better. I'm sorry. You're no better mentally or morally than a woman that's taking whatever dick that she can get. Because at the end of the day, granted, it might be harder for a man to pick up a woman, but a woman that just lays on her back for whatever, dude, it's not like she has to try. A woman could lay in the middle of the road naked, and some dude's gonna come by and be like, "Hey, you wanna get in the car?" It's gonna happen, okay? But you put the same dude naked in the middle of the road, the cops are coming to arrest him. Life's not fair, but it is what it is. So, but again, I'm not in complete disagreement with you. I do think that men, to be a husband, though, this is where I usually catch flack with this from the feminist. I do believe that a man needs to be experienced in order to be able to be with a woman. Okay? I don't think that a man should marry if he's a virgin. I do believe that wholeheartedly. We might disagree on that, but I don't think a man should be a virgin when he gets married. I think a man should be able to at least have the experience because he needs to be able to please his wife. Okay, like why can't
the wife be experienced to teach the husband, the new husband, what
not the way
she
it works.
likes?
That's not the way it works.
So
Women
she can't.
Yeah.
No. Just shush. Stop it. She can't be experienced to teach the new husband what she likes.
No, I'll answer your question with the statement. Okay, women want men that are better than them in many different ways, not in all things, but in many different ways. Okay, women want men that are taller than them. They want men to, generally speaking, make more money than them. They want men to be more capable than them. Okay, like we talked about the tire changing scene earlier, right? Okay, and a woman in most cases, okay, I'm talking about in general, do not respect a man that cannot perform sexually. It just doesn't happen that way. This is all statistics. This is not me saying this. This is just statistics, okay? A woman does not want to teach her man. Are there alpha females out there that love virgin men? Yes, there's literally testimonials of alpha females that love taking virginity from men. It happens, okay? But no, in your general situations and general relationships, women do not respect men that are not experienced. And I'll even go further than that. If a woman in 9 out of 10 relationships, okay, is the leader in the relationship, is the one that is dominant in the relationship, she will grow to hate her man. She will grow to dislike him. She will cheat on him and she will treat him like total garbage. That is also a stat. That's also psychology. A woman has to be able to respect her man. She has to be able to look at him as if he's a leader. And men naturally want to lead. Men naturally want to be able to perform. And they want to be looked at as if they can be a leader. If a man doesn't have a place in society, you see things like we do now, like the school shootings and whatnot, because they're not getting any encouragement, because they're not getting people telling them that they can do things and this is what you can do with your life. That's one of the problems. And I attribute it a lot to, society, but also because of social media. I mean, like we just said earlier, or I said earlier about Instagram, you have all these women that think that they're 10s when they're like 5s, right? And the reason why they do is because they're getting like 200 DMs a day. You called it the princess syndrome. They think they're special when they're not. And they've got a body count of 50. And they're just going to keep counting. They're just going to keep going. And I know that it doesn't seem like it's fair, but a woman's responsibility in life before she gets married is supposed to protect her chastity. She's supposed to be fertile. She's supposed to show that she can support and take care of her man in a specific way. A man's responsibility is to protect his family and provide for his family. I know that doesn't happen in traditional relationships now because of everything that happens, but that's typical gender roles. Things are kind of twisted now, but that's basically the way it's been since the beginning of time.
That's stereotypical gender roles. Mm-hmm. But years ago, brace yourself, Betty, was foreplay.
Brace yourself, Betty, I'm going to do foreplay?
That was what it was. There was no kissing, there was no hold handing, there was no caressing, there was no cuddling.
It was like bend over, take it. Yeah, it was like bend over, it's right, you go, yeah.
Right, so, and then I'm on about hundreds of years ago now. I'm not like just saying.
No. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, yeah. I know
even back then, it was the Victorian times. Women. Now this is scientific. This has been proven. Mm-hmm. Women were suffering with hysteria.
Because of what?
Do you know what? Because they weren't being satisfied.
I agree, 100%. Yeah.
So they were going to see doctors who had machines that was doing it for them.
Mm-hmm. Men did not know how to satisfy women and let's say the 1500s. I mean, dude, the 1500s, the men wouldn't let women dance because their legs weren't strong enough. I'm not saying that we haven't fucked up in the past. I'm talking about right now. I mean, we can go back to the 1900 and look at the way it was back in the 1900s. I'm not going to be going down on a chick's box when she only bathes once a week. It's not going to happen that way. So, but at the same time,
but you would have done back then.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if I'd have lived that time, I don't know. I can't speak for that because I don't live in that time. But
because you would have done, because that was what the time was.
Yeah, what the time was now. Now again,
it's like
I'm equal opportunities. Yeah.
Back then, I'd have been shot by now for talking on a social platform.
Agreed, but I never said sexism didn't exist. I didn't say that. Okay, what I said is women have their responsibilities and men have their responsibilities. Here's another.
The man's responsibility in a caring, loving relationship is to care for his wife. Yes.
Agreed. Well, there's many, but that is one of them.
No. That's one of them. Is to care for his wife. Is to provide his wife's needs. Yes.
To a certain extent, yes, of course. Yeah.
No. There's no certain extent going on. He is there.
He's not going to do her hair. He's not going to do her. He's not going to paint her nails. I mean, to a certain extent, he needs to provide safe, security, and nourishment and everything. But he's not going to be brushing her hair and washing her hair and giving her a bath. I mean, there's certain things he won't do. But yes, generally speaking, I would agree with you 100%. Of course, that's what I'm saying.
So if those needs are extra to what is the norm. So, for instance, certain times I physically can't brush my hair.
Mm-hmm.
So I will ask my husband, will he brush my hair for me because I can't lift my arms up to do it?
Again, that's an exception to the rule, not the rule. It's an
exception to the rule.
Yes.
But he'll do it.
Yeah, of course. If my wife, I mean, okay, you mean to tell me I've never held my girlfriend's hair when she's throwing up in the toilet? You mean to tell me a woman that I was in love with, if she was an invalid, I wouldn't wipe her ass? Those are exceptions to the rule. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you cannot ask a man to respect a woman that did not care about her fertility or her virginity or her chastity at all and has basically fucked a football team. Okay? A man's not going to respect a woman that does that. But a woman is going to respect a man that has had sex with over 50 people. That is just normal reality. I'm not basing this off of my personal opinion. I'm telling you the way society looks at it. All right. But I would never tell my son to go out there and just bang like 50 chicks because that's dangerous. But again, we're talking about 20% of men. I'm being gentle. It's probably 15% of men that do that. Most men, like right now, here's a stat. This is a stat that is proven, obviously. Right now, men between the ages of 18 and 30 are either a virgin or haven't had sex in a year. That's crazy. Okay, but you go to the same stat with women, and most women that are in college have been with over 20 men by the time they graduate with a 4-year degree. Okay, so we've changed society now to where men are the outcasts and women are the ones that are accepted doing it. And that's what's creating the issue with divorce rate, the birth rate, and the death rate. So we've basically given women this power. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you, TJ. What I'm saying is that a woman is supposed to protect what makes her special. A man is supposed to build himself up in order to earn that right to have what makes her special. Does that make sense? Like,
it does,
I can't just, at 18 years old, I can't walk up to a beautiful 21-year-old girl that is waiting to get married and have children and say, hey, I've got no job. I've got no car. I have no status whatsoever in society. I'm not bona fide at all, but I would love to marry you. She's going to laugh at me and tell me to go fuck myself. Okay. But if I'm a 40-year-old man and I've got, I'm making 6 figures a year, I've got a house, I've got 2 cars, and I'm ready to settle down and start a family, I can walk up to that 21-year-old and I have earned the right to take her virginity. That's the difference. And that's all I'm saying. Okay. Like, I have to earn my ability in order to be able to implant my seed inside of a woman. A woman does not have to earn her ability in order to take a dick. But it is her responsibility to protect that chastity for as long as she possibly can so that she can have the right to be able to have a family and be with the man that has done what he's supposed to do to earn that chastity. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you at all that both of them, I mean, dude, I still believe in no sex before marriage. You haven't even asked me how I feel about this. I don't think kids should be out there fucking until they're done with school, until they're done with college. I don't think you should even date until you graduate college. That's how strict I would be with my children. I'm not going to let my kids date until they graduate college. I'm not joking. Okay. I don't want my woman or my daughter deflowered. If she's going to date, I'm meeting the boy. Doors are going to be open. There will be no sex. I'm going to have a doctor making sure that she's still a virgin. My son's going to be the same way. I don't want my son focusing on anything other than school and his life. I don't want him worried about some chick and where he's going to stick his dick. Okay. But that's not society, though. We're fooling ourselves if we think that's society, TJ. You know that, right? I mean, that's just, I mean, I hope that's what happens with my kids.
But so not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. You know, now, okay. Now I will teach them what I teach people. I will train them. I will teach them martial arts. I will teach them discipline. I'll teach my kids what I know. And I hope that when that day comes, when my son is on that dark road like your son, and my daughter is in that room with that dude, and he's got that Johnson hard as a rock, I hope that I give them the ability to make the decision that's going to keep them safe. And it's going to get them out of those situations. But with social media and with the fact that you've got women like, you know, Lizzo telling everyone to just suck dick and it's okay to just let yourself go. And who gives a shit about what people think about you? I mean, it's going to be really hard.
Goblin's not letting his kids out until he's 20.
I mean, okay, I was talking with a friend of mine about this, right? Because, you know, in Japan, it's illegal. It's actually illegal for children to date in high school. And it's discouraged for them to date in college. Did you know that? Like, you cannot date while you're in high school. The teachers actually, like, on purposely watch for any physical contact, for any type of sexual activity. And it is incredibly taboo, by the way, for any children to date, period. It's actually more accepted for an 18-year-old to be banging a 60-year-old dude and him marrying her than it is for her to date an 18-year-old kid in high school. That's a real thing in Japan. So, and I'm not saying that they're doing it right, but their birth rate's down and their divorce rate's incredibly low.
And now look at the education stats.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely correct. They kick our fucking ass, man.
Don't they? Don't they just?
Ooh, they destroy. Dude, we're not even in the ball. We're not okay. They're like the NFL.
We're not even in the car park.
Yeah. Like they're like the NFL, right? The NFL football players in America, and we're like 5-year-olds running around a field. That's the comparison.
We're not. No. We're still sitting on the potty in the house.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. The evolution is always the answer. A woman can make one baby a year. One man can make, And that's what I'm talking. Life's not fair. I mean, there's a saying out there. I can't be a hoe, but I am a hoe maker. And I mean, it's a crap statement, but it's true. You know, you can because a woman is hypergamous. Okay. For those of you guys that don't know what hypergamy is all females of the human species, all females of the species, period, are all hypergamous. There's different variations of it throughout all of existence, but women specifically target men that benefit them and make their life either easier or better for survival of their young. Women have no control over being hypergamous. It's just the way it is. Now, what's happened in the last, I'd say, 20 years is hypergamy has been warped and it's been changed. Now it's, okay, I'm going to have a husband, but I'm going to keep a dude on the hook on Instagram just in case my husband doesn't make me happy. That's what's happening now. So that's where, his evolution thing is coming from. And that's one of the biggest problems that we're having. And then when you compile that with the fact that, I don't know if it's like this in Europe, but it's like this here. Okay. Your average 25-year-old male in America, that's above 50%. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Above 50%. So your generic male has a beard that he can't keep. He bathes maybe once or twice a week. He lives at home with his parents. He plays video games. And his biggest aspiration in life is to get off on the weekends so he can have more time to get high, masturbate, and play video games. That's the typical 25-year-old male in America. Okay. So that kid, because he's a kid, he's 25, TJ, he doesn't know how to talk to a chick in 4-inch heels, wearing fucking pantyhose and a skirt, getting out of a fucking Porsche He doesn't know how to talk to her, dude. That's a porn star to him, man. That's a movie star. And she's just a chick that's driving around in a Porsche. That's all she is. But he doesn't know how to talk to her. Okay? Most of the men that I train, most of the men that I talk to, they've never even kissed a woman. I'm talking about 25-year-old men, TJ, that have never even kissed a woman. Think about that. Okay? So this whole concept, and again, me and you are 100% on this. I want to make sure that I'm perfectly clear on that. I agree with you that not every man should just be running around shoving his dick in every vagina that he comes across. But we're talking about maybe 15% of the men that 85% of the women are going after. That's all we're talking about. There's a whole other huge, massive portion of the world that are not doing that. And they're not falling into that category that you're thinking of right now. They just aren't, because they don't know how to.
You know, that category. I'm just thinking Instagram and YouTube and TikTok and all that, that's 1% of the world's population.
How many people are on Instagram? I heard this the other day. What is it? Is it 100 million? Is that right? It's something like that, right? Like it's like 100 or 150 million. It's like nothing. It's like, you're right. But remember, Instagram is mostly America, though. Okay? So it's just the majority of the people on Instagram are in America. Okay?
Yeah, but you know, it's see, back in the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, we would watch TV. Mm-hmm. We would drool over David Hasselhoff. We would, oh, he's wonderful.
Okay.
Oh, he's
okay.
So,
mm-hmm.
so that back in the day was our Instagram.
Yes.
We would look at the telly and the films.
There was rules, though, remember? Just like in Wonder Woman. We all drooled over Wonder Woman, but there was rules, and they told us the rules in every episode. Dukes of Hazzard, there were rules. There were ways to talk to women. There were ways women talk to men. Specifically, how they addressed each other. You don't see that anymore. That doesn't exist. Every male figure in every TV show is either a drunk, he's either abusive or stupid, and the wife saves him, and she's the matriarch of the family because the father is inept and can't do anything. That's every episode of every TV show. And then if you watch a movie, right? If it's a movie, whether it's Marvel or whether it's just some rando cop show, the dude is always going to be saved by a female, and he can never talk to the female as if she's his equal. She's always his superior. It's being put in everything now. So you do that to men. Who was the guy that took the study on it? Was it Jordan Peterson or was it the German guy that he talks to? They took a study. They took 1,000 men from every single state in the United States of America. They went down to every single state, and they interviewed them all, and they asked them all the same 10 questions. And one of the questions was, how often in your life have you been encouraged? Like just randomly encouraged by people? Mom, dad, teacher, whatever, right? Okay. And the majority of the men in the survey, over 50%, said it was either once or zero. Think about that. Now, this is just America. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but that was just here in America. Okay, so if you're not getting
imagine what it is like.
Yeah, imagine what it's like in fucking Australia right now. Think about that. Okay, because in Australia, women are even more dominant in Australia than they are here now. I mean, they're literally given special privileges. Switzerland, it's the same thing. Sweden, it's the same thing. Finland, it's the same thing. And those forced 50% ratio, whatever they call it, I forget. They gave it a specific name. But they have to hire, for every one woman, they have to hire one man, period. It doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter whether or not she is capable of doing a job as well as the man can. She has to be hired in order to be able to fill this ratio slot that they're doing, the equity in Switzerland and Sweden.
Yeah.
So like, imagine what it's like for those men. Well, your qualifications are amazing, but you don't have a vagina. That's insane. That's insane, dude. Imagine telling a 4-star general that could save the world, sorry, we can't put you in charge of the army because you got a dick, man. We hired a guy last month. Our bad. I mean, I know I'm using stupid scenarios. I got that. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. But yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's like, it's really because I hire people and I fire people. Okay, for like, let me catch up a second. Hypergamy is fucked up in the U.S. You're absolutely correct. We lost our culture due to this new crap. That's fucking 100%. I have seen female in their 40s crying because, oh, dude, we got to talk about the wall. TJ, well, I got you on. Okay. And Melbourne women will kill a man. Ah, that's funny, dude. That's good shit. I've heard that shit too, True. Okay. So, okay. There was, I forget where I was. I was going to give you an example of something, but I see it all the time. Okay. And I know this is stupid. Okay. But when they started saying it was okay for men to wear pink shirts, that's a problem. Okay. There's a saying in the military called pretty pink panties for a reason. Okay. Like it doesn't exist because it's stupid. No, I like to see my chicks in pink lingerie. No shit. When I see pink, I want to think of a female. I don't want to think of a male. So when they're twisting reality and they're changing the whole gender bender bullshit, trans women are real women stuff, the LGBTQ plus stuff, in Minecraft, YouTube, all that stuff has an effect on people. And you can see it in today's society. You can see it with the fact that men are graduating college less than women. More women are working now in America than ever before. That more women are working than men. More women are going to college than men. Okay. The one thing a lot of people don't know. Okay, 9 out of 10 teachers. If you go around all of the United States of America right now, 9 out of 10 professors. 9 out of 10 professors are female. 7 out of 10 teachers are female. Think about that. Okay. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a woman teaching class.
No. I'm not, because it's predominantly a female
profession.
Anyway, because women are nurturers, women are teachers, women care for. That is what is in our DNA, apparently.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But so when did it become so flip flop though? Do you know that? When do you think, if I were to ask you to make a random guess on when the professors and the teacher profession went from, because throughout history it was pretty much 50-50. Okay, I would say a little bit more on the female side and a little female side, but it was pretty much like 40-60, 45-55.
No.
Okay? Yeah. No. In schools it was, not in professors.
No.
In schools.
No, it was more than that.
In America, I can't speak for England, but in America it was. Okay?
Well, no, I'm going to go worldwide with this.
Okay. All
because originally, men went out to work. Men could afford to keep a house on one wage.
Yes.
So the women's, I'm bored. I've done the housework. I've got the kids. The kids are in school. What do I do now? Oh, I'll go and help out in the school. I'll go and be a teacher. I'll go and be a nurse. I'll go and be a nursery nurse. I'll just take up a secretary job.
I see what you're saying. You're saying there's always been a predominantly more female than male. I thought you were saying there's been more male teachers than female teachers.
No.
Okay,
more female teachers.
Okay. But it wasn't 90.
Men went out. Men went out to work. It was nearly 100%. Men went out to work because the men earned a wage that they could run a house and bring up kids with.
Okay, hold on. Remember, we're talking about collegiate and high school. So you're thinking there was more female professors than male professors predominantly? Because that's not true. That's not true. I mean, come on, TJ. I mean, you know where I'm going with this.
I'm trying to.
Remember the whole concept of women can't do this because they're not equal to men type situation about 100 years ago?
I'm trying to equate your professor, what you're calling a professor.
Collegiate level. Okay. So
university level.
Yeah, university. Okay. So
university
we're talking about the university
my
level.
Apologies.
Yeah,
my apologies. Hands up. Yes.
Yeah, it was predominant. Now in the grade schools, yes, you're 100% correct. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that in the collegiate profession, it used to be predominantly men. And then about the 60s and 70s, it kind of went 55, 45, 60, 40. It's 90-10 now in the university level. It's 90-10. That is a massively huge shift. And when you go with the fact that 80% of all universities are On the blue side, far blue, super progressive, it gets even worse. Okay, so you've got there's a famous video out there. If you haven't seen it, it's on one of my shows. There's a famous video out there of one of the senators talking to this crazy black lady, but she has crazy woman eyes. You know, the ones that are like this, like that. And she's like, "Well, what's your definition of a woman? What's your definition of a woman?" And he's like, "I don't know. What's your definition of a woman?" You know, he's like holding up a book. He's like, "I got a dictionary that tells me what a woman is, but I don't think I need to be a scientist to be able to tell you what a woman is." And she's like, Your words are transphobic, and those are violence, and you're causing violence towards the transgender community." And he kind of looks at her like a grown person looks at a child, because obviously she's acting like a child. And he's like, my words are violence? And she's like, "Yes, you are causing violence right now to the transgender community. You need to join one of my classes, because if you join one of my classes, I would teach you a lot about transgenders." Those are the people that are teaching our kids. That's specific. And I'm not saying that every single teacher is like that. No, it's not what I'm saying.
No,
what I'm saying is
just...
what I'm saying is there are teachers like that teaching our children, and we're not stopping them. So it doesn't surprise me when I meet a 25-year-old guy now, and he says he's never even so much as like kissed a woman. It doesn't surprise me, because he's been told,
scared to.
Yeah, he's scared to. He's been told since he was 5 years old that he's a toxic male. That he needs to ask.
No. Men are in a really, really difficult position for dating nowadays, because if they hold a hand wrong, it's going to get me too'd.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hashtag me too. Well. I mean, it's that too. But there's in a lot of the Canadian schools, there's a list of things that they teach children. You know, hate speech is illegal in Canada, and there's a list of things that they're teaching young women and young men now. And one of the I put it up on one of my shows. One of the curriculums now that they teach is male toxicity. No shit. So they literally teach that men from the day that they're born have male toxicity, and they try to teach men how not to be dude, it's crazy.
Bang out of order.
Okay.
Bang out of order. I've seen that. Did some kids have to apologize? They were 5.
Yeah, they
were like, apologize for being born a boy.
For being born a boy, and they make them stand in front of the girls. Okay, they make them stand in front of the girls, and they have to say, "I'm sorry for being a male." Dude, what the fuck do you think that does to these guys' psyche? Think about that.
It's wrong.
Okay, and then you have the white people that are told to kiss black people's feet because you're born white. I mean,
not my fault.
Yeah, exactly, dude. So and then of course when you ask the question, well, isn't that racist? Oh, black people can't be racist. Only white people can be racist. It's like, we're just changing all the definitions, aren't we? You know, and then you remember the whole Asian hate thing back in 2020 or whenever it was. Remember that little like 1 month period where it was hashtag Asian hate. Okay, that started because a recently released black man that killed his mother 17 years prior to him being released, okay, in front of a camera at a salon, he's watched for like 30 seconds brutally beating an Asian woman. I mean, dude, you watch your head bounce off the concrete, TJ, on the camera. Okay, he was released like 3 days before. Okay, I don't know what he had against Asian people. I don't know. That's irrelevant. But the reason why hashtag Asian hate happened was because of that video. But the way the media spun it was that white people hate Asians. They never once said that a black man beat an Asian woman in the street. They spun it hashtag Asian hate. White people hate Asians. Okay, but that's not racist. Because you can't be racist if you're not white. It doesn't make any sense. But we're going off on a tangent, obviously. But
we are.
But again, back to what we're talking about. No. Okay. Is it wrong? Yes, of course it's wrong. I'm not saying that that a man should not control his own sexuality. That's something else too. Look, a man should be able to discipline himself enough when to say, "I don't need to fuck that vagina." Okay, I agree with that. Okay, but it is a woman's responsibility wholeheartedly to protect her chastity. I'm sorry, but I would tell my daughter the same thing. Okay. And, you know, when I have women ask me about relationships, I'm like, well, let's be honest with each other here. I mean, how hard have you worked to be a wife? What do you know about being a wife? That's something else. A lot of women don't know how to be wives now. You know, it's like, well, I don't know how to clean. I don't know how to cook. I don't know how to do my own laundry. I don't like kids. I'm not a real big kid person. I don't really want to have kids. It's like, well, other than sex, what are you gonna offer your dude? I mean, like
you're describing me there, Vince.
Yeah, it's like but here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Like the you know what the 50 rule is, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Any man after banging a chick 50 times, he mentally is done with the sex aspect of it. You have to be able to entertain him. This is on average, obviously. Okay. You have to be able to entertain him in a different way other than sex. So a lot of the times when you see these women that have these massively huge body counts, it's because, you know, they're banging dudes a specific amount of times and the dude's just done with them. All right. And then of course you have the stat where, and this is obviously going to look this up in the statistics area, but you know, women, when they have more than 6 partners, the divorce rate goes up exponentially because they're unable to attach themselves mentally to a man because they're constantly thinking about all the different men that they've been with. It's a psychological study. It's just the way it is. And the same thing happens to women that are obviously, you know, with hundreds of men. There's a woman on YouTube that brags about being with 3,500 guys.
Okay.
What? First of all, why would you brag about that? Okay. And second of all, what the fuck happened to that woman? Okay. That told her she needed to fuck 3,500 guys. I mean, we got, let's see here. We got Super Spark Time. There were months of Asian getting attacked, but the black community didn't take accountability to stop it. Yeah. There was videos of gas station incidents, testimonials from Asian people, whatnot, and they didn't care. They never saw it. Because
no, I don't remember any of this. Trees from the UK.
Yeah,
I might not have seen it. Did we have it over in the UK? Because
I don't think so. I don't think it was over there.
I don't think it was because it's.
Well,
we seem to be more multi. I mean, we do have racism. I'm not saying we don't, but it's not to the extent that it is where I see it.
That is
what
true.
I see on the news and things from America.
No, and well, remember I told you guys about they suppressed the information about the 2, was it Haitians with the knives? I don't want to get into it, but killing the military officer in front of the fucking embassy or whatever. We never got that news story. That never came here. We never saw that. I had to get that and download it from like some website because I couldn't even find it on YouTube. Okay, so it's the same thing over here. We do that shit all the time, but anyways, TJ, you want to stay on panel with me while I go over the rest of the news stories? Or, I mean, you're more than welcome to. I love having you on. You're awesome. By the way,
I will mute because I've got my tea. So if there is something I want to jump into, I'll unmute. Is that all right?
That's fine with me. Yeah, and again, thanks for finally coming on my show. I've been wanting to get you on forever. I mean, I know we don't agree on everything, but I love having your opinion on no matter what.
Because I'm fucking awesome. I am awesome.
Yeah, true. Being a female of the human species, you know, yeah.
I am the most awesome person that you've ever come across.
I don't know. I did get a chance to meet Sylvester Stallone when I was a kid. So.
No. Say it often enough, it becomes the truth.
Oh, that's right. If you say it enough times, it'll become the truth, right? Oh my God, dude, that's great. Okay. So
awesome.
You are awesome. All right. So this one, speaking of feminism, here is oh no, I was doing this. Okay, we're doing this one. There we go. Well, the doxing thing. Okay. So if you guys paid attention to what happened this week, we had a little situation with the wonderful, absolutely great leader known as Elon Musk. He banned a guy that he said he wouldn't ban on TikTok or on Twitter, because he's been following him using software, basically hacking his location to find out where his jet was coming from. So liberal Twitter suddenly stands up for free speech after Elon Musk temporarily suspends left-wing doxers. Okay. Twitter suspends accounts on half a dozen journalists. The social media service, which is owned by Elon Musk, said that it suspends accounts that violate the Twitter rules, but did not provide details. And the New York is spinning this because the way that, and this is the stance Elon has on this. He believes in his version of free speech, obviously. Okay. But he's saying that if you dox someone on Twitter, you're putting their life in danger. There was a rapper that got doxxed recently. It was like T Wild or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. But he was actually attacked in public and apparently hurt pretty bad. And another rapper was shot. And it was because of doxing on Twitter specifically. So this guy, this dude that what's his name is actually talking about, the jet guy. It was called Elon's Jet. Okay. And he was actually giving geolocations of every place that Elon landed. And Elon's like, you're not going to show people where the hell I'm going. And okay, I don't agree with him in what he did with Alex Jones. I don't agree with him with what he did with Kanye. If people want to be stupid and say stupid shit, they should be allowed to say stupid shit. Okay. Now, the Alex Jones thing, he made up some stupid excuse. Anyone that advocates for kids' violence is not allowed on my platform. He never advocated for kids' violence, Elon. He reported what he was told, okay? And he apologized for it. And now he owes like $2 billion or whatever. But I'm on Elon's side with this. I do believe that if you're doxing someone specifically, yeah, you should get your ass beat. It's like, don't ever touch a man's dog. Don't dox people on fucking Twitter or any type of social network. When you give someone's geolocation and where they live, you're basically giving psychos and stalkers the ability to hurt people. So I'm on Elon's side. I'm on Elon's side with this. So those liberals that want to dox people, hey, your time is limited. You know, you can go fuck yourself for all I care. Let's see here. The news doesn't cover it because it doesn't fit their. Yeah, they're death cult, bro. I agree with you 100%. It doesn't fit that narrative at all. Because God forbid we call out black people for being racist. Okay. I'm calling this one, I feel like ... insert feminist agenda. This is a good one. I think we're gonna enjoy this one a lot. I thought this was rather entertaining. Check this out. This is pretty cool. All right. So this lady right here, this wonderful, beautiful human being. Okay. All right. Take a look at her. Look at her. She's smiling. That means she's innocent. Jen Easterly shaping cognitive infrastructure. JE, director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, stated at a November 1 Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, event that CISA does not censor information. Information revealed in the Twitter files and Biden versus Missouri might lead one to disagree with this position. Nevertheless, here is what she said. I want to be really clear about what the CISA's role is in this. You know, we are not an intel agency. We are not a law enforcement agency. We don't work with platforms on what they do around content. This is entirely their decision. It is their terms of service. I can literally see her like making the sign of the cross when she's doing this, you know? And I want to be very clear about this. We do not censor information. Securing elections is a nonpartisan activity. And quite frankly, as somebody who's worked in Democratic and Republican administrations, you know, as somebody who served the American people my whole life in peacetime, in combat, sworn to defend and protect the Constitution, dude, she's grandstanding, of the United States, including and in particular the First Amendment, I want to be very clear, we do not censor anything. What social media platforms do, what the news does is entirely their decision. She's talking about Twitter being an independent forum and being able to do what they want to do on the platform, and her group and her four-letter word having nothing to do with it. The problem with this is we have, what is it now? Hundreds of emails showing the FBI, the CIA, and other three-letter and four-letter words literally telling Twitter what the fuck to do. Ban this person, shut this person up, dox this person in Minecraft YouTube, just in case you want to try to suspend me. Easterly then went on to admit the things the organization does do. She states, CISA, that's fucking hilarious, all right, has a cyber and physical and information cognitive piece. That sounds like a bunch of bullshit right there. Then she speaks to cognitive piece. What do we do? She asks. It is three things. It is her euphemistic version of the truth behind what is, yes, censorship. It will help translate here. Easily, we make sure that people understand the tactics around disinformation. What's disinformation? Mrs. Easterly, can you define it? Can you give me the rules on disinformation? Can you tell me who makes the rules on disinformation? What's disinformation? The people that were called conspiracy theorists at the beginning of the pandemic that were proven to be right, is that disinformation? Or is disinformation anything that you deem necessary to be called disinformation? Which one is it? Because just like hate speech, anyone can decide what hate speech is. If I'm offended because the guy tells me that an emblem on a guy's shirt is blue, I call that hate speech. Therefore, hate speech exists. Okay? Around disinformation, and that Americans understand, how to build resilience against it. Oh my God. How to recognize it, how to investigate it, asking about the source, questioning it, not amplifying it. All of that's incredibly important. Oh my. Dude, she basically just admitted that what she does is she suppresses people. That's literally what she just said. She just made a word salad about it so she could try to confuse you. Yes, Mrs. TJ.
Did you notice that I'd come off mute, did you?
Yeah.
Disinformation. America's the best.
Oh, no, me and you we're right here. We're doing the scissor on that one. Okay? Dude, that is true. Misinformation, disinformation. But we like to change the definition of what it is to fit our narrative whatever the fuck we want to. That's the problem.
Ah, right.
So basically, if Alex Jones comes out and says, they're turning their frogs gay. Okay. You're crazy, Alex. You're crazy, Alex. And then, granted, he did say it kind of weird. They did prove that whatever chemicals they were putting in the fucking water was making on more, because frogs naturally will change genders depending on what is needed. But the chemicals they were putting in the water was turning more of the males into females. That was necessary. So yes, he said it wrong, but he was proven right. They were turning the frogs technically into a gay version of themselves. Okay, but that was their version of disinformation. Okay, they were saying that he was crazy. He wasn't crazy. He was eccentric. We're trying to label like everyone's a Hitler because now guess who's Hitler now? DeSantis in Florida. He's now the new Hitler. And Elon Musk is a new Hitler now. It's like words don't mean anything anymore.
No words. If you're using that word against a person, you do not know what that word is.
Yeah, and let me ask you this too.
You have no history.
Yeah, you don't know what you mean. Me and you are both history people, right? Okay, all right. Let me ask you this. This is a common misconception. How many Jews did Hitler kill?
Not as many as he killed of Russian and Polish.
Okay, all right. But what's the number everyone says out loud? Me and you know this because we study history. But what is the number everyone says out loud? They just did it with Kanye. Remember the big number? They said 6 million. Okay. I hate to break it to you guys. All right. But Hitler didn't kill 6 million Jews. Okay. He killed a lot of fucking Jews. But Hitler is actually responsible. Historians usually agree. He's responsible for between 9 and 11 million deaths. Okay. Somewhere in that number. We can't exactly confirm it because we killed a lot of fucking people in World War II. Okay. But she's correct. They killed more Russians in prison camps and in battles than they did anyone else. And they never mentioned the fact that the Nazis went through Italy and slaughtered hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of Italians in betrayal of Mussolini. They never even mentioned that shit. Okay. Some of the historians argue and say between 2 and 4 million Jews were slaughtered in the encampments and the taking over of the ghettos. Okay.
The point is, it was the way it was done.
Yes.
It was not warfare. Whereas Italy, Russia, Poland, that was all warfare, which is a different set of rules.
Mm-hmm.
What they did to the Jewish people was against all the fucking rules.
Yeah, they were basically doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do. I mean, Hitler basically, I don't want to say basically, Hitler, as evil as he was, I mean, you got to give the man props. He knew how to turn a crowd. He knew how to make these people do what he wanted to do. There's literally videos of him burning 12-foot tall piles of books because the words in those books were going against his narrative. I mean, the guy was a genius when it came to this shit. He's an evil genius, and he's a fucking, I hope he's burning in hell getting pineapples shoved up his ass. But, dude, the guy knew what he was fucking doing. We're still talking about him. It's 75 years later, and we're still talking about this motherfucker like he existed yesterday. And what was
we need to remember.
Oh, I
That's
don't
the whole point. We need to remember that we can't give anyone that much power.
Exactly. Yes. And I mean, I'll finish with this one on Hitler. Like, guys, and I'm saying this to all the people out there that are going to watch this, disagree with me, not to the people that agree with me. Okay. When you start labeling people like Trump as a Hitler, and when Sam Harris comes out, I don't know if you saw this or not, TJ, when Sam Harris comes out, he's a total traitor, and says that he wouldn't have cared if Hunter Biden's laptop had children in the basement being sexually abused. He would not want Trump to win the election. Think about that. Okay? That's how they see a man like Donald Trump. And that's how dangerous he is to these people, because they know that a guy like Donald Trump is going to speak his mind and he won't be controlled. That was the biggest thing with Trump, was that the people that were in power could not control him because he was a fucking Chad. Was he like a 75-year-old dude banging a hot Russian wife? The dude's a Chad. And they know that they can't fucking talk to him. They can't tell him what to do. That's why we call everyone Hitler. You know, what did Super Sparrow say? He said, yes, they're practicing the same shit. Yeah, exactly, dude. I mean, okay, look at the book they snuck in all the schools, guys. The gender queer book. Remember that? Remember the gender queer book? They just snuck that in. And then when they got caught, they were like, oh, we didn't know. What they were performing sodomy in the book? Oh my God, that's horrible. They actually escorted some dude out of a PTA meeting because he was reading from another book. It was like something about queer book or queer men or something. And it was a book about men becoming gay. He was just reading from the book, and they had security escort him out. They literally handed the book out to the kids in the school. And they escorted him out by security because he was reading the book at the PTA meeting. It's do as I say, not as I do, basically. So, anyways, let's see here. I got one more news story, and then we can do fun, and we can get out of here, and I can start my day. What time is it, anyways? Oh, it's 1 o'clock already. My day's already halfway over. Okay. So, last one I wanted to do on the news story is gun control. I know that you guys don't have guns in the UK, but they're really coming after our guns pretty hard right now.
And they should.
Yeah, so
they should. Sorry, but they should.
I know how you feel. I've listened to you talk about this before. Okay, but I mean, I literally have 7 guns in the room with me right now. Okay, I mean, like, that's what's different. You know, look, we talk about the alcohol thing, right? I've been shooting.
You see, now, some people might say you were compensating for something, but you know, I wouldn't be one of those people.
Right? Yeah. I mean, depending on where you grow up, though, like I said, I was shooting at like 5. Okay, I was able to clean a rifle and clean a pistol by age 7. You know, take it apart. You know, that's
if you were living on a farm where you've got to shoot rats and you've got to shoot vermin, you might have to shoot an animal for tea. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I completely understand that, having a rifle or a gun to shoot an animal for food.
Okay, but what about protecting yourself?
If nobody had guns, you wouldn't need to protect yourselves.
Then they have knives.
You have a knife.
Okay, but then they ban knives. You know, it doesn't end. Like the whole concept is that people should be able to defend themselves. That's all I give a shit about. Now
the UK has a huge, massive problem with knives.
Yeah, with knives, yeah. So now they're going to ban knives. Yeah.
Oh well, they're trying to, but
they did in Scandinavia, didn't they? They banned it in is it Scandinavia, I think.
You need a knife to cut your steak. You cannot. You're not going to ban knives. If you're going to kill somebody with a knife, you're going to do it.
I'm just saying, TJ. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
But we don't have an issue as big as yours. Sorry, not yours personally. Yours as in the States. No one in the world has an issue as big as the States issue.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna call you on the carpet. How many people die a year in America from gun violence?
Far too many.
How many, TJ? Take a guess.
I'm not going to guess because it's too many.
All right, it's about
one child in a school that dies with a gun is one too many.
Okay. Let's say it's one. Okay, one person dies a year. Okay, how many people are saved every year by guns in America?
Not as many that has been killed by one.
No, it's absolutely incorrect. It's about 100-fold.
Really?
Seriously. Yeah, but they never tell you that.
I will be looking that up.
Look it up. All right.
I will.
It's something like 200,000, 250,000 a year is saved by guns. And if I'm not mistaken, now remember, I'm talking about killed, not shot, not a casualty. Killed. There's, I think there's about, is it 80,000 a year that are shot? Because it's mostly police shootings. And most of your deaths are obviously because of, things like gang violence, stuff like that. But yeah, it's over 250,000 a year are saved by guns, but they don't ever tell you guys that. Yeah. I've witnessed myself several instances where police have saved people. In Texas, we had the two terrorists in Garland were saved by an off-duty patrolman and an off-duty security guard that were both carrying concealed. And now that in Texas we have open carry, gun violence and gun deaths have dropped by over 300%. They don't tell you guys that stuff though. They don't tell you that stuff. And again, cultures here is different. Okay. I understand that completely. Okay. In Texas, look, you don't fuck around with guns in Texas. And this is no shit. Okay. Like we're raised a different way here in Texas with guns. I can't speak for the rest of the world. I can't speak for the rest of the country, but I'm telling you, as a Texas native, okay, we literally, I want to make you chicken soup, man. Freaking like the way that we're raised with guns is and it's men and women, by the way, not just men. Okay. You have to respect the gun. You do not play with the gun. A gun is something to be feared and respected. This is no shit. Okay, like when you're in a Texas family, like at a family reunion, okay, and the grandfather and the grandmother, but whoever the matriarch or patriarch of the family are, all right, they know where all the guns are. Okay, it's not like we don't know where the guns are. And as a matter of fact, your sons and your daughters of the grandfathers, grandparents, they'll know. Like for instance, Papa's got a World War II trench gun in that corner in that closet. The boxer shells are up on the shelf. We're incredibly responsible with it. Okay. But they don't ever tell you guys that. All they ever tell you is, some crazy kid, in California went and shot up a crazy Korean with 2 9mm, killed 11 people on a college campus. That's all they tell you guys. They don't tell you about the times that a mom pulled out her 9mm compact freaking Glock 43 and saved her 2 children from a guy that was trying to kill her and her children. They don't ever tell you that stuff. So I get flack from this because, believe it or not, I'm actually a little bit more of a gun safety nut than most Americans. But I am on the side of us figuring out a better system. And
good.
I want, and this is where I always get flack from my military brothers and my gun nut friends, is I think in order to be able to buy a firearm, you should have to go through a 2-week course. Period. And this is just me. This is just me.
The UK does not actually ban guns. You are allowed guns in the UK.
You have to go through a lot of red tape, though, right? Isn't that what it is? Like
you have to go through shed loads of red tape.
Yeah, it's like super hardcore.
You have to have a doctor to say that you're physically and mentally sane. You have to have a police officer who knows you, a local police officer, not a state police officer or a city police officer, a local police officer who can verify your state of mind and your need for that gun. You have to have a counsellor.
I'm listening. I'm laughing with Super Spark saying, go ahead, I'm listening.
I wonder how many body count cops have in the UK due to stabbings. I don't understand that.
The body count of I was laughing at this one right here. See what he said? UK is pretty cut country. But he's talking about how you guys have a lot of you guys have the most stabbings in the world. He's wondering what the body counts is for the deaths. I don't even know what it is, but I know it's apparently you guys the largest.
It's massive. We have a huge. I think the China, one of the China cities, provinces is worse than ours, but that's only because of the triads.
He has a good point too. We respect swords and knives too here in Texas as well. But no, please, you were having a thought. I was listening to your thought.
Yeah.
Please continue.
So it's you have to have 3 upstanding people in the community that know you, who can sign off your health and safety, health and mentality. Mm-hmm. My words are all jumbled, Vince.
No. I understand, because that's me and you agree on this. Like, okay. I think you guys go way too far. You guys went way too far on the spectrum, but I don't see an issue, TJ, with okay. Grandfather didn't fine. We can't fix the people that already have guns. Don't take their guns from them. If you try to take our guns from us, dude, you're gonna cause a war. But let's just say we start, because I mean, I got a huge issue with today's 18-year-old being able to go into a fucking pawn shop and buy a shotgun. I've got a huge issue with that. That bugs me. I don't think an 18-year-old, unless he's in the military, should be able to should be able to buy a shotgun. Okay, he should be monitored by his parents. I believe this. This is what I believe. You know why? Because I've trained them. They're stupid. Okay, an 18-year-old today is not the 18-year-old of 1920. Okay, they're not the same. All right, he's a fucking 12-year-old in a man's body. That's what an 18-year-old is right now. All right, so like that's and again, you're laughing, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay?
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, like it's just, I'm sorry. And then when you're 21, you could buy a handgun. All right, so look, this is all I'm saying. All right, we can, because look, the article we're about to read is talking about what we're talking about right now. But I think we should have just a better system. I don't think people should have guns taken away from them. Okay, I don't. But you know what, dude? If you've spent some time in a mental institution and you can turn yourself in, you were committed, probably shouldn't have a firearm.
No.
Just saying. No. Okay? Yeah. Like, I'm just saying, if you ever, I don't know, raped a chick and you got out 12 years later, I don't think you should have a firearm. Okay?
No.
Now there are laws that specifically say they can't. You know, a felon can't have a firearm, okay? But they can, like, you know, advocate for one and fill out paperwork and everything, get one. But look, this right here is what I was telling you about, okay? They're specifically suppressing the gun stats of defensive guns, of people saving people's lives with guns. They're doing it on purpose. So, you know, and this is nothing against you. It's just that people in your country automatically think that Americans are just running around with guns killing each other. Okay, it's not that way. It's not the way they make it look like on the news. Okay, it's just they want to get rid of our guns, and this is what they're using to do with it. And I promise you, by the way, TJ, I know you have military family and everything. I promise you, if you were to come to Texas and hang out with me and us go shoot guns and hang out with the fellow gun users, you would know what I'm talking about, and you would understand. You really would. There's
I've been to a gun club.
Yeah, there's a whole gun culture. It's just a gun culture. That's the way it is. Here, check this out. The Centers for Disease Control, CDC, another word, deleted a reference to a study it commissioned after a group of gun control advocates complained it made passing new restrictions more difficult. The lobbying campaign spanned months and culminated with a private meeting between CDC officials and 3 advocates last summer. A collection of emails obtained by the Reload Show introductions from the White House and Senator Dick Durbin's Democrat Illinois. Yeah, look, it says D-Ill. Office helped the advocates reach top officials at the agency after their initial attempts to reach out when unanswered. The advocates focused their complaints on the CDC description of its review of studies that estimated defensive guns uses DGU. Defensive gun uses. That's a 3-letter. Look at that. Defensive gun uses DGU. No shit. Happened between 60,000. Look at here it is. Here's the number right here, TJ. 60,000 and 2.5 million times a year. TJ, look at that number. Even if we take the average of that, it's still 1.5 million.
Yeah, okay? But if you didn't all have guns, there wouldn't be 60,000 defensive gun uses.
Then it would be defensive sword and spear and axe uses and knives.
But people don't die as quickly with a sword as they do with a gun.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah. Okay.
You can save a knife wound
or go down whenever you got rid of your guns.
Our death rates went down.
Your death rates went up from stabbings.
No, our death rates went down.
Okay. All right. I'll find the chart. I've seen the chart. Okay. I'll show you the chart when I find it. All right. Your death rates went up from killings, from violent. Oh, your violent attacks went up and your violent deaths went up when you guys got rid of guns. Okay. Now our violent deaths and our violent attacks went down whenever we had open carry in Texas. So where's the correlation? Now, obviously, I know causation without correlation. I got that. But you can't argue it makes a valid point. Why did our violent crime and our violent deaths go down when we had open carry initiated 18 months ago? And it's not by a small number. It's by a massively huge margin. Now, I do agree with you. If we were to move all knives, all swords, all axes, and all guns from the world, we would have less guns and knives. But we would just figure out a way to kill ourselves. Come on. You know as well as I do from history, we have been killing each other very well since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
We just are better at it now. Okay. If it wasn't guns, it would be knives. If it wasn't knives, it'd be rocks or poison. Sticks.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever's available.
It doesn't matter. That's my argument. My argument is it doesn't matter whether it's guns or not. I will argue this though. I believe we are much safer whenever we have an armed community. And the reason why is because I've actually armed people and I've taught people. Now, in an unruled society, yes, you are going to have anarchy and people are going to die. Look at what happened in Chad and Portland or in Seattle.
Can I just address Supersburg?
Oh, yeah. What do you say? Here we go.
He said, I was talking about cops getting stabbed since they don't believe in shooting attackers. Well, we're trained. Mm-hmm. They're trained to disarm. Same way military are trained to disarm our knives. Our police are trained the same way. And they wear stab vests all the time. And their trousers are Kevlar, so they don't get stabbed in the leg.
As often.
No, because they're trained to disarm, and if it's a big knife or a big sword, they have tasers, and they will shoot if necessary.
Well, most of your cops, unless they're specialists, they don't carry guns.
No, that's what I mean. So they will call in an armed officer.
Okay, here we go. Here, I'll it's on the screen so that you can see it. But here, this is obviously a done story, but this is just for you, TJ. Okay, so you don't think that I'm an asshole. This is just for you because I don't want you to think I'm an asshole. I don't want you thinking that I'm just making it up. Okay. I do study this. Remember, I teach people how to use guns. I teach people how to use knives. I literally train them. Okay. Like I teach them how to disarm. I teach them how to attack. I teach them how to wound. I teach them how to kill. Okay. I'm very good at what I do. Okay. So this is for you. Here we go. Don't be mad at me. Okay. Please. You know how much I love you. You know how much I love you.
Okay. Okay.
After UK gun ban, knife murders skyrocket. UK urges, save a life, surrender your knife. This is from Freedom Outpost. Okay. The logic fail and sheer volume of absurdity might just make you sick if you do. For the UK, whose laws and policies all too often influence those of US, which is true. Okay. All right. Gun control isn't enough. Probably nothing will ever be enough. Now a call to surrender knives, ongoing for years, is in full swing via citizen action. The right to bear arms might be under attack here in America, but in the United Kingdom, police are trying to do something even more ridiculous. They're attempting to ban knives. The British police have recently joined forces with liberal grassroots activists in the UK, launching the Save a Life, Surrender Your Knife program. Knife crime has been climbing recently in the major UK cities and London. The program involves several weeks of amnesty for pointed knives. Civilians can turn in these apparently dangerous weapons at their local police station in exchange for amnesty. Apparently, even though knives, rounded or pointed, aren't illegal in the United Kingdom. And, you know, I'll find a graph for it. I saw the graph for it the other day, but when I was looking at it. But, you know, when they take the knives, TJ, they're just going to move on to the next thing. I mean, what if people start throwing Molotov cocktails more, right? You know, you buy.
Well, it says there that knives are not illegal, right?
Yeah, right.
You
know,
can't
they're just doing amnesty or whatever it is. But yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, if you're under 18, you can't go in and buy a carving knife from a shop.
Which is
you can't buy
weird.
A Stanley knife.
Yeah. So that, but again, you remember when you take the knives and the guns away from the citizens that obey the law, the criminals are still going to have them. I mean, that's why they're criminals. So now all we're doing is unarming people that need to have the weapons. That's true. Okay. And my only point is this: like, look, I can teach a person to defend themselves with a knife against a person with a gun. Does it always work? Fuck no. Nothing always works. There's always an exception to the rule, and you're always going to meet someone that's better than you at fighting or doing something. It's just the way it works. Okay. But I would much rather live in a society where everyone had the ability to defend themselves in some way. Okay. Versus a society that was taught to be passive or taught to be weak. I don't believe we should live in a weak society. I believe we should live in a strong society where the average woman and the average male can protect their children and protect their families. That's all I give a shit about. Okay. I don't think for a second that an 18-year-old should be able to go into a pawn shop and buy a shotgun so he could go into his school because a chick told him she didn't want to date him. I don't think that should be something we should be able to do. Agree. But at the same time, if he passes a psychological evaluation and he wants to go duck hunting, I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be able to do that either.
See, now, right. My issue with your gun laws, not yours personally.
Yep.
But what I see in the news and on the telly and da-da-da-da-da.
On the telly?
On the telly, I can completely understand. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
All right. We're about to get into the fun part of the show. All right, so here we go. Let's while she's taking her phone call, let's do this. All right, so I talked to you guys last week's show about, or Wednesday show, about giving people inspiration when they don't have any inspiration, about talking to people, about getting up off of their ass, stop making excuses, and go out there and do what you need to do. I talked about it last night on Apex's show as well. Okay. This is incredibly motivating. This is awesome. I want you guys to check this out.
Gym yesterday, and a woman drove by me in a wheelchair at the gym. A woman in a wheelchair at a gym with her 2-pound dumbbells because her legs don't work, but she went in there anyway. And you know how insecure she was about going in there. She's the only person in a wheelchair. She doesn't know what she's going to see, how people are going to react to her. She's not in shape. She doesn't have her full makeup on and her little, halter top like the other girls in there. And she's right in there She was right in there working out right next to them, right? I couldn't take my eyes off her. And I ended up telling her that she was leaving. I left what I was doing. I walked over. I said, I just want you to know something. You're inspiring me. This is wonderful. Her face just lit up because you know how sad how insecure she was about being in there. The most inspiring person is one overcoming the fear of doing something, not the person who's actually doing it.
Yes. So like I said this the other day on I think it was last Sunday show. There's this guy that was like 420 pounds. He's a giant too. He's like 6'5", 6'6". And I saw him like, 3 years ago before the pandemic, and I saw him starting to walk every time I'd go out and I'd work out. And he's down to like 330 pounds now. Dude, that is amazing. Okay. And you'll have guys driving on the street calling him, hey, fatty. Hey, why don't you go home, you big fat ass dude? Like that's hardcore, man. And the amount of absolute sheer willpower that the woman in the wheelchair in this video had to have in order to go to the gym and start working out and start trying to make herself better. She got tired of being in that fucking wheelchair, man. She got tired of freaking making excuses, dude. She's going to live her fucking life to the fullest, and she's going to stop making those excuses that keep her, not being able to live her best life. All right. Let's see here. Yes, dude. Yeah. It feeds the strong. Good shit. So your problem with my gun laws.
I'm back, am I? Yeah. What do you need an AK-45 for?
There's no such thing as an AK-45. You're talking.
I know there isn't.
There's an AK-47.
I know there isn't.
I have an AK.
I know there is.
I have an AK-47 derivative. It's called an SKS Yugoslavian rifle. It's less than 20 feet away from me. And why do I have it?
Why?
I have it so
Why?
in case. So the whole purpose, this is something that a lot of Europeans don't understand. The whole reason why we have the Second Amendment is to protect ourselves from the government. Look, the government at any time can rise up and take you over if you can't defend yourselves. And if you don't think that the government will do that, you're fooling yourself. So,
I completely understand that. I do completely understand. Right. You, as a person, will rise up and take arms against your government.
Yes. If they, for tyranny purposes in Minecraft YouTube, okay, if you're going to get rid of because when people ask me if I'm a Republican or a Democrat, you know what I always tell them? Neither. I'm a Marine, infantryman. I believe in the Constitution and I believe in the American flag. That's it. Any other questions you want to talk about, refer to those two statements. Okay? I don't give a shit if you're red or blue. I don't.
Right. So you know the noodle who's got the hair bun and the flip flops and the pink shirt.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Why has he got a gun? Because there's no way on this planet is he going to rise up against his. Most of
those guys don't have a gun though. Again, you're using it in extreme.
I'm generalizing. I am generalizing.
Now, most of those guys are afraid of guns. Most of the people in America, I forget what it was. Joe Rogan said it the other day on one of his podcasts. Like 30% of the population of America own 90% of the guns. So it's something like that. Okay. So your average American doesn't own a gun. I know this again, because I train them, and a majority of women, this is women, and your cuck men, your simps, your fucking pussies, the ones that forgot they got a dick. They believe that I don't want to have a gun. This is the way they think. This is their mentality. This shows you how weak we are now as a nation. They believe that if they have a gun, the person that they would defend themselves from will take it from them. So therefore they don't need a gun. Okay. So it's not even, and again, me and you don't disagree on a lot of shit. Okay. Me and you have agreed on a lot of stuff. Okay. But that right there is total pussy bullshit, TJ. That is like, what the fuck? So let me see if I got this straight. You're the guy, you're the chick that says, hey, please, if you're going to grape me, wear a condom. Are you serious?
Well, no, because I'm the chick that's going to kill you with a rolled up newspaper. So
I'm going to grab a rock and I'm going to smash your fucking brains in. But no, if I got a gun on me, I'm afraid someone's going to take it from me. Dude, what kind of pacifist fucking horseshit commie crap is that? That's like they've literally been brainwashed. But again, That's a majority of Americans. They don't have a gun. And also think about this too. There's like 440 million guns in America or some ridiculous number. A majority of those guns are owned by professional like shops. Okay, like pawn shops and Gander Mountain and Bass Pro Shops, shit like that. Okay, like your average. I'm not an average gun owner. Okay, I'm a United States Marine, trained, professional. Okay, I'm not an average gun owner. Most gun owners don't have the amount of weapons that I have, nor do they know how to use them. I've literally taught guys that are trying to put bullets in their clip backwards, TJ. Okay? All right? Like, it's not – granted, I realize I'm using an extreme again, but look, a lot of the times the bullshit news that you guys are seeing over there in the UK, it's just clickbait. Don't listen to them. If you got a question, text me on one of my videos. I'll tell you if it's full of shit or not. Okay, because a lot of the crap that they try to tell the rest of the world, I had an Australian chick like screaming at me in my face, telling me that I kill babies. And she believes in, killing babies at 20 weeks. But I kill babies because I believe in guns. And I'm like, what? So it's up here. It's fucking crazy. But here, check this out. I got another one for you guys. We're doing the videos now, so we're getting to the end, TJ. So I always like to end on positive notes and do stuff. This is cool, guys. This is the Matrix in the making. Check this out.
What the hell is this?
Introducing Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb facility, powered
hell
entirely
no.
by
Oh,
renewable
hell no!
Ectolife allows infertile couple to conceive a baby and become
Right.
the true
You're
biological
talking to
parents of their
infertile
own
couples.
offspring. It's a perfect solution for women who had their uterus surgically removed due to cancer or other complications. With Ectolife, premature births and C-sections will be a thing of the past. Ectolife is designed to help countries that are suffering from severe population decline, including Japan, Bulgaria, South Korea, and many others. The facility features 75 highly equipped labs. Each state-of-the-art lab can accommodate up to 400 growth pods or artificial wombs.
Wow.
Every pod is designed to replicate the
Guys.
You don't think that's real, do you?
Dude, okay. It's I did a little bit of research on it, okay? The facility doesn't exist. It's a concept facility. So the way they were doing it was they were giving a pitch, basically. They were saying, look, guys, we just need a couple $1 trillion and we can make this facility possible. That's what it was. But that's an actual idea created by a bunch of people trying to make it. Okay? It's a real idea.
Shall we see who made it? Does it tell you who pitched it?
I mean, I don't think it does in there. Does it say his?
Are we going to go with Japan or Korea?
No, China. Let's see what the description says. Is there? He didn't put a description. On here. But here it is right there. Okay, let me see. No, he just says, what the hell is this? I looked up. What I did was when I was doing research, I just typed in baby making factory, trial video. And then I read the article on it. It was basically just saying it was a pitch. It wasn't real. So it's not real, but I wouldn't be surprised if China was trying to make one. Would you? I wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if the American government was trying to fund China to make one.
Well, right? I wouldn't be surprised, actually, because the ratio of men to women in China is something like 15-1, as it is in Pakistan.
Is it 15-1? Because I know Japan's 3-1. I don't know what China's. Is it that bad? Is it 15-1? Seriously?
Well,
like,
yeah, because
15 women to
ago.
1 man, or 15 men to
15 men to 1 woman. It's either 13 or 15 is a number that's in my head for some reason. It's because they would get rid of female children.
Yeah, they would kill them or abort them. Yeah, no, because they believe in men. But I read this though. because China, you can't do certain things, but in Japan is the #1 transgender in the world. They have more transgenders than any other country because there's a 3-to-1 ratio, and they don't have the strict policies like China does or Korea does. So there's more transgender women, men becoming. I always get confused when I say this. Men becoming women in Japan than there is any other country in the world. I hate the U.S. sometimes. Banned car that go 300 miles. We have so many roads in the U.S. I want to take the risk to drive 300 miles an hour. That would be kind of cool. You can buy a shotgun or pistol with no ID and no license to the UK until 1969. I didn't know that. No shit.
1969 was a good year.
Yeah. I envy Germany, Brave New World. I love that shit. I envy Germany because they have the Autobahn. Yeah, dude. I would love. That's one of my bucket lists. I want to get a Lamborghini and I want to go on the Autobahn.
Right now, I'm gonna burst your bubble now.
Uh-huh.
There's only certain areas that does not have a speed limit on the Autobahn.
Okay. Can I get up to top speed with a Lamborghini though? Could I do that?
In certain areas.
That's okay. I mean, as long as I can do it. I mean, our top speed in America is 75. Okay. So yeah, like
is that miles per hour or kilometers?
That's miles per hour. So about 160 kilometers per hour. So like the only time I ever went above 160 was in California on PCH when I had the Supra. That was the only time I ever went above 160. So I've never been above like 163 miles an hour. And I would love to get in a Lamborghini and go like 250 miles an hour. That'd be awesome.
Allegedly, and I say this allegedly, one of your guests on one of your shows has driven 125 miles an hour on the British UK road.
Well, I mean, that's not the fastest, right? Like,
But you guys, the speed limit's only 70.
And he didn't get a ticket?
Nope.
Huh. Allegedly. So which one? Who was it? I mean, it's not like you can get in trouble, right? Can you get in trouble if you tell you?
Well, if we had such a thing as the Fifth Amendment, I would be taking the Fifth Amendment.
Okay, well then just take the Fifth Amendment. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I mean, obviously, I don't know if UK is ever going to watch my videos, but we definitely want to get anyone in trouble. TJ, only criminals have guns now in the UK. Oh, good. Hey, he's a part of your UK.
No, there are people who have legitimately got guns.
Well, yeah, but they're like
they go to gun clubs. Mm-hmm. They're farmers
and
police officers.
Incredibly rare. Would you at least agree with that?
They are rare, but most farmers own guns.
I bet you it's 100 to 1. Guarantee it.
No.
It's 100 to 1. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You guys have a huge underworld. Yes. I would bet you that with the Russians, the Italians, the Scots, the Irish, all that shit, I would guarantee you it's 100 to 1 ratio. 100 criminals, 1 legitimate citizen has guns. Guaranteed. Or higher. Maybe more higher.
Higher. Definitely higher.
I would say higher, but I'm just being nice. It's 101. And you're not going to win that. Okay? But anyways, I've gone 120. Oh, well, there we go. He said 120. Yeah. I did 130 in Florida, but I made sure it was at night with no speed trap was around. I did it once, piece of junk car. Yeah, the only reason why the Supra could get there was because it was a Supra. I mean, but yeah, so that's the best ever.
Well, there's another allegedly for you. You see that picture? That's done 100. That's done 100 miles an hour.
Oh, nice. What'd you think about 100 miles an hour? Did you like it?
It was scary. I don't like speed. I use my bike for poodling around. I like sightseeing.
Well, I love driving. I mean, I drive all the time. The video that I made, the one that has the 7,000 views, it was so funny because people weren't paying attention to the video. They were paying attention to what I was saying, and they didn't actually listen to what I said. But they were more complaining about me talking about shit about the cop. But I drive sometimes I drive 1,000 miles a week. Okay, And I love driving. I've driven all the country. I've raced. I love it. And I have to say, man, like there's something about going fast. I'm much slower now. I drive the speed limit. I save on gas because gas is so expensive. But there's just something about going fast, TJ. Like the faster, the better. I would have been an X-wing pilot in Star Wars. I would have been a fucking a jet pilot in the military if I didn't want to fucking do the Marines. I love it, dude. Like when I watch Maverick, man. Oh my god. I'm like, yeah.
Our roads aren't built. Our roads are not built for doing that sort of speed. We've got roundabouts and traffic lights every flipping 200 yards. So it's very rare you can get up to any kind of speed.
I got you. I see. And I think people should be responsible. But for those of you that know about Canada, I hope you enjoy this because Trudeau got bitch slapped. Listen to this. You like this.
From Canada's most notorious high-carbon hypocrite. He calls seniors and people on fixed incomes polluters while he jet sets around the world, singing in luxurious hotels, embarrassing Canada on the world stage on Canadians' dimes. There was always a price on pollution. We all pay our gas and electricity bills. What this Prime Minister did was create a scheme to take money from seniors and those most vulnerable to fill up government coffers, all in the name of climate change. Emissions keep going up, and the Prime Minister hasn't hit a single emission reduction target. Just a simple question. Why do Canadians have to pay for this Prime Minister to pollute?
That's great.
Before the Prime Minister answers, I just want to remind the honourable members, I know this is a passionate place, but please use parliamentary language, and calling each other names is not a good practice
Fucking Canadians.
to
shut up.
to have if we want to have civilized conversation.
He totally ripped freaking Trudeau. And this little pansy pussy motherfucker's like, I need you to be nicer to this guy that's making our entire country look like a total pompous ass. Fucking like Biden making.
Have you watched the UK Parliament?
Derek, welcome, my brother. Yes, I have actually. I've watched it a couple times, and I have to say it's pretty fucking entertaining. The dudes with the wigs. Thinking that they're fucking chicks and shit. Yeah, I think it's pretty fucking funny. Yeah.
No, that's not part. We don't have people with wigs on in the Parliament.
I know.
That's our court.
I'm just joking. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's they're always like trying to grandstand on like honor and integrity, and everybody in the fucking room is lying. It's like all you guys are trying to do is make the other guy look like an asshole. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we've got to do it nicely.
Yeah, but you got to do it nicely. And what was the saying from The Last Samurai? I basically translated other people's lies. I mean, dude, that's what it is. You're just lying to the public and doing it incredibly nicely.
Yeah.
I made sure it was safe. He's talking about going 100 and some miles an hour. I live around a turnpike highway, hardly no cars around. Good shit, man. Motorways. The motorways are super long, wide, and fast. That's what she said. But sometimes I see accident on the road due to people sleeping on the wheel. Yeah, no shit. My 3-liter car feels slow at 100. 3 liter? What? That's a small engine, right? Isn't it? I don't know much about engines, but it sounds like a small engine. We talked about Elon Musk last week. We talked about how people are trying to portray him as like the savior, right? Remember this. This is Elon Musk right here with Joe Rogan before he ever bought Twitter. So, do I have it? I don't think I have it on. There we go. Go share screen.
Yeah, Tree Goblin, we've got cameras on our motorways.
Exactly is it? If someone does get a Neuralink installed, what will take place?
It would be implanted in your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there, insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain. It can interface basically anywhere, so it could be something that helps cure, say, eyesight. Like if you returns your eyesight, even if you've like lost your optic nerve type of thing.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Hearing, obviously, it could, in principle, fix almost anything that is wrong with the brain. Restore limb functionality. Restores somebody who's a quadriplegic to full functionality, like they can walk around, be normal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So
maybe slightly better.
slightly better
over time. Yes.
You mean with future iterations?
See, so remember, guys, when you start talking about putting chips in people and you start saying things like, we might make you slightly better, is that a bike though, Derek? This a bike, right? Not a car, right? I don't know a lot about engines, man. One time I almost got hit by a car on the sidewalk. I jumped out of the way. The driver was a Mexican and you're racist. The van flipped 3 times. Damn. Isn't that what happened to that? Something almost very similar happened to Stephen King, right? Didn't he like move out of the way of a van or something? Or maybe he was driving the van and he was drunk and he almost hit someone. I can remember, but it changed his life completely. Derek, I don't know if that's a bike or a car, but it's a
car.
Is that a car 2-liter? So what is a 2-liter in an engine? What is that? What is 2 liters?
It's like my car is a 1.6.
Okay, I have a 5.3. Is that a 5.3 liter?
It might be.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't understand the changeover of American, because you do like the average car in the UK is a 1.6.
Dude, did you see what Super Spark just said? I walk up to the van that is upside down, and I can see the driver's brain exposed while a lot of blood is coming out.
Yeah, and he was snoring while blood was coming out. Is the next comment.
Damn, TJ, now where the cameras are. He was snoring. Well, yeah, he was passed out cold, dude. No, I have a Turbo Sonata. Okay. I'm not doing that on my bike. Okay, I just didn't know what liters were, bro. I was going to.
Yeah.
By the way, Derek, good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while, dude. I'm glad to see you're here. I was going to cover his brain exposed, but a cop yelled at me. A lorry is a 6-liter.
That's a semi.
Okay. So maybe because I have a truck, I've got a truck, so I've got a 5.3. I didn't know that meant liters though. I thought that meant like the size of the engine. Yes, a 5. Okay, so yes, 5.3 is a liter. Okay, I got you. Yeah, okay, dude, I know how to drive. I can change a radiator. I can change my oil. I can change my tire. But other than that, man, I did replace a catalytic converter once, but I'm no mechanic. Never know where I claim to be. But
I've changed an exhaust.
I never changed an exhaust. I've paid a dude to put one on.
Oh no, I've changed one from manifold to the end, all the way down.
How's your shoulder, bro? It was your left shoulder, right? How's it doing, man? I know that you had surgery and they gave you some medicine for it. Dude was losing a lot of blood. I wanted to see. I know shit, right, man? I know, bro. We've all been there, man, in some way, shape, or fashion, dude. Don't hate yourself for it. It wasn't your fault. Here we go. This is I'm gonna do. By the way, TJ, this is something I did. I was gonna talk to you and talk to Hen about to see if you guys wanted to talk about this. I want to do an entire show based off of the study of men not graduating and the war on men in America. And because if you don't know what's been going on in America lately, there's been a huge shift in basically, we talked a little bit earlier, but there's been a huge shift in men being allowed to do certain things, say certain things. You said it earlier, they're literally afraid to even come up to a woman and talk to a woman. So I'm going to put a show together, and it's going to have a bunch of clips from videos, clips from movies about the war that's on men right now, specifically younger males. So here's one of the clips I'm going to put in there.
These women have all come forward and they've told BuzzFeed News, a very reputable source, that all of the men in their lives are being destroyed each and every day because of people like Andrew Tate telling them they should have value in themselves and be fit and seek out feminine women and set goals and achieve those goals and take care of themselves as adults instead of just being
That's destroying men, wanting to be confident in yourself.
How disgusting that we live in this self-care, self-love. Girl, you're a queen. Pour yourself
You're a boss
glass of
bitch.
rosé and take a bubble bath and run away from your problems culture. As soon as you say that a man should have value in himself, high value in himself, you are promoting violent misogyny and sexism. So women can have self-love and self-care, but men can't.
That's so sad. And we wonder why. Somebody made a good point earlier in the chat. I couldn't find it when I was looking back. why male suicide rates are so high.
These women have
Because
all come.
I don't know if you know about that too, but the male self-delete has gone up exponentially from just like 3 years ago. Not because you know the correlation, right? Women attempt more times, but they don't succeed. Men attempt less, but they succeed at almost a 98 percentile. So like when men go to self-delete, they fucking self-delete. And if it doesn't happen, it's because something fucked up while trying to self-delete. Women, generally speaking, when they self-delete or attempt to, they're doing it for attention, not for the actual process of self-deletion. So, and the male self-deletion rate has gone through the roof in the last 3 to 5 years alone. So, and it's horrible. I don't know what it's like in the UK. I haven't done the studies on the UK yet, but I did want to do an entire podcast on this. I'm talking to one of my buddies that studies this. He's like an expert in it. I'm trying to convince him to come on. He doesn't want to show his face, but this is all he does. He's a psychologist, and all he does is talk to men about this. He literally has men come into his profession, and he tries to keep them from committing self-deletion and tries to give them. He's like another version of Jordan Peterson. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to come on. So I'm trying to get him to write a paper on it or something, but I'm working on it. But I would love to have you and him on because you guys are both feminists. So like
he doesn't want to show his face. I don't show my face, so why don't you tell him that I don't show my face?
He doesn't want to do the voice. He doesn't want to. He's a lot of people don't want to be on YouTube, and I understand why. I mean, look at some of the flack. Dude, how many people already threatened to kill me? Okay, like
really,
dude. Yeah, I had a dude the other day. Yeah, I had a dude the other day that was when I did the Brittany Griner one. Okay, because that's what's been getting me shadow banned is the Brittany Griner one. All right, his name was Akeem, and he was like, "How dare you attempt to say anything about this nation? Her people built this country." I was like, what the fuck? We traded a Brittany Griner for the Merchant of Death, whatever, and and we left the Marine there, whatever. He was trying to tell me that because she was black, that I can't talk about her because I'm white, and her people built my country. I was like, and then that blew the chat up. That's what got me in trouble. Was like 16 people responded, and they were saying stuff that you can't have on there, and I'm responsible for the chats. So I was having to delete the chats because they were saying stuff that couldn't be said. Okay, like threats and shit. So it's like, because if I leave that on there, I'm apparently promoting violence or whatever.
Yeah.
So
what you do then is you click on it and you report it.
Yeah, well, I deleted it and everything. I did what I was supposed to do, but it still got me shadow banned. Like I'm still, my videos still are not coming out there. Like I've got this awesome video, guys, of this cute little baby coyote that I took yesterday, and only 18 people have seen it because they're not putting my videos in the algorithm anymore. So if you haven't seen it, go check it out. This cute little baby coyote was like he's got mange, and I got them to go pick him up and save him and everything because we got a huge freeze coming in the next couple of days. I didn't want him to die, and it's only got like 18 views. A majority of my videos within like a day or two get about 100 views. It's about my average. And I did this little testimonial after the Brittany Griner one. I made like 10 videos in 2 days. And then I went on people's platforms and everything. This is what I was talking to you and Hen about the other day in the show. And I would go on their platforms. You couldn't even see my videos. They weren't even on. So when you went to my channel and you looked at my videos, it would only show like 40 videos when I had like over 70. Okay. And it wasn't about the tabs either. I went to every single tab. And I was like, what the fuck? So then I started asking people like Eric Boyd, for the people to tell me if they were getting my notifications. People aren't even getting notifications that are clicking the notification bell.
I get your notification, but I usually get it half an hour after you've started or it's gone.
Something like that. Yeah. And so they are effectively in Minecraft shadow banning me just because I did a stupid video that people didn't want to listen to. We're behind in chat. See, dude was losing. That's a big truck engine. Yeah, dude, it is. It's huge, man. 6 liters is a lot. I'm kind of a shade tree mechanic. Yeah, I remember us talking about that before, bro. Trump Tate 2024. I wish took in high school the mechanic course. Anyone taking advice from Andrew Tate kind of deserves it. Dude, Andrew Tate's a hot topic, man. It's not right. It's kind of, I don't know. Dude, Andrew Tate spits some solid facts, but remember, Andrew Tate, he is a elitist. He is speaking strictly from a point of a multi-millionaire that buys Bugattis for fun. He buys a $3 million car for fun. He doesn't live in reality anymore. Okay? Regardless of where he came from, that guy does not live in reality. Okay? It's like watching Myron and Fresh. Okay? Yes. Do they make points all the time? Yes, of course. But they also believe that wholeheartedly men should be able to have multiple wives and they have a different religion. They've come from a different culture. Okay. So like, you got to see it from certain perspectives. Like, even if, let's say, case in point, I was with a woman that liked having other women, I would still have to have a discussion with her. And she's definitely not going to sleep with another woman without my permission, right? And if I don't like it, it ain't fucking happening. But they take it a step further. They don't give a shit about whether or not their women know about it. And Andrew Tate feels the same way. But here's the thing. I will defend Andrew Tate in this. They try to come out and say that he's a misogynist and a sexist. And some of the things he says are very brutal. But I can't find a single video of him ever putting a woman down for her sex. He says stuff like, yeah, you shouldn't have 50 dicks. No shit. Okay. But sorry. You're the one that decided to go on OnlyFans. You're the one that decided to become a stripper. No one put a gun to your fucking head and said you are going to be a stripper. Okay? I'm sorry that hurts your fucking feelings, but it's the truth. It's just the way the world is. If a dude walks around in a fucking Speedo with a 12-inch hard on, the cops are going to come and arrest him. Life ain't fair because chicks walk around in yoga pants with no under with camel toes showing all the time. I'm not saying life's fair. I'm just saying it's life. They never build shit either. What's he talking about? Death threats are open. They never build shit. What is he talking about? It's not right. I don't know what he's talking about. She was very.
You said the basketball player. Argued that they built this country.
Yeah. Just complain. That's it. Yeah, that's true. Okay, you are correct. Dude, Skinny, what's up, bro? I have missed you, man. Skinny. Right now. Go to the email down there and email me. I've been trying to get in contact with you, dude. Go to my email, click on it, and email me right now, please. I need to get your info. I'll send you my info and I'll call you on my phone, dude. I want to talk to you about something. I've been looking for you for like a month, bro. All right, you're like a fucking ghost. One time to talk. Yeah, dude, for real. Are you still here, Skinny? Dude, shit. Man, I need to get with him. Living in the white-made complexes and caring about they build shit. Yeah, I know, dude. I know, man. Especially those areas of white people moved out. Well, the ghettos is what he's referring to, and the redlining is what he's referring to. And that did exist. That totally existed. Okay? But, guys, there's not a single law. This goes for sexism, too. There's not a single law that says that anyone in America gets any privileges because of the color of your skin or because of what sex you're built with. Now, you can argue and say some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Yeah, of course you can. Okay. But you can also say that people that are born in poor neighborhoods still become rich. So which one do you fucking want? You know? Skinny, are you there? I'm not hiring anybody.
There.
I'm not on Twitter or Facebook either, bro. I only have an email. But I responded to one of your notes you sent to me, dude, and I told you to email me. Email me on my email. It's in the description on this show, dude. Click it. It's march7th@gmail.com. Shoot me an email, dude, and that way we could correspond that way, and hopefully I can get your phone number and we could talk. I want to talk to you about something. I've been trying to get a hold of you for a month, dude. Let's get we're so far behind on chats, it's not even funny. Let's see here.
Tut. What a terrible host you are.
I know, right? I know. Let's see here. Tate is 50-50 guy for me sometimes. Dude, I agree with you. I think Tate's full of shit too. Okay, the fact that he abuses his brother physically pisses me off. I'm sorry. Anytime you're a professional fighter or trained in fighting and you on purposely abuse people physically, I lose mad respect for you. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Okay? Like we had a rule, man. When I'm fighting a dude in public, if he's dumb enough to fight me, I'm not going to fucking go at him unless he's trying to kill me. That's different. If you cross that line and you try to kill me, there's nothing. It's over. It's done. You have forfeited your life. If you're trying to kill my child or my girlfriend or one of my family members, you have forfeited your life. You are done. But dude, if you're fighting some non-comp that's been in a couple of street fights and thinks he knows shit, it's your responsibility as being the professional to not be able to do that. And he's like punched his brother in the face and shit, dude. It only took a couple minutes of listening to him to realize that he's an ass. Yeah, dude, he's a total asshat, dude. I agree with you. Especially when it comes to his ego, man. Like listening to him talk sometimes, Derek, I'm like, what? You know, just like it's like, what the fuck? But again, he does say things sometimes that are pretty cool. Okay. It's just that we have to be able to separate the shit that he says that's fucking full of shit from the stuff that he says that's actually legit. You know, just because he's a human being or an ass doesn't mean that he doesn't have qualities that we do want to emulate or be like. He makes a good
Vincent,
point.
you need to address something.
What's up?
Read Skinny Bottom.
Okay. I'm getting something I agree with this Tate. Perfect fighter 2. Tate also my perfect fighter. Yeah, he's a good kickboxer. Where is it? It's in the description, dude. In the description.
No, right way down to the bottom.
It's wrong in your description. That may be why no one is sending you something. What? It's marth7th@gmail. MARTH 7th@gmail.com. Isn't that what it says? Marth7th. Oh, it says GL. I can't edit.
You're missing your M.
It's it, dude. Come on, dude. Like if you, I mean, nothing against people, whatever. I mean, just put the M in there. But yeah, everything's exactly the same. Just put the M in there, bro. Let's see here. Where is it? It's in the description. Let's see here. Is that email legit? GL? No, it's Gmail, bro. I promise you. All right, it's not Gail. Okay, that's a typo. Tate is smart, but he seems kind of shady. I think Tate values his fame now. Maybe not at first, okay? Maybe not at first. But remember, he's a 4-time world champion. The guy's got skill, okay? We're not talking about his skill level in the ring. I'm talking more about how they like to attack him because, I mean, guys, regardless of the kind of asshole that he does have a positive message for men, okay?
Yeah.
Stop making excuses.
Clean.
Yeah. Wash,
iron.
Yeah. Like, take care of yourself. Okay, here's something else. And this is something that I caught flack for the other day. All right. Before I come on the show, when I do my live spots, I clean my nails. I trim my nose hairs. I shave. I shower. I put on cologne. I put on underarm deodorant. I get dressed. I'm dressed from the top down right now. Okay. I would go out in public the way that I'm dressed right now, except for instead of just having my undershirt on, I'd have a shirt on. Okay. I want to be professional for you. I want to represent what I would like for you guys to do. I put my watches on. I'm wearing all of my weapons too. I'm dressed the way I would be if I was going out in public. Okay. Because I want to present to you the way it would be if I were to meet you in real life. I don't want to give you guys a false assumption of what I may or may not be. Okay. One of the things I do not like about Tate is he's always not wearing his shirt. Dude, I get it. You're jacked. Who gives a shit? Put a fucking shirt on. Okay. It's the same thing with the Liver King guy. He's like walking around not wearing a shirt. It's like, dude, come on. I don't hit my family members. I respect them. Exactly, dude. It says GL. I'm sorry, bro. Please forgive me. Excuse me. I caught it, but somebody, yeah, you know, TJ, I don't know if you saw this or not, but I was doing a gift card giveaway. Okay. And no, I type it in there, man. I actually type the Gmail. So I probably just missed it today. But I had one person email me for the gift card giveaway for Christmas. One. And I had like several gift cards to give out. You know, GameStop, Visa gift cards, you know, PlayStation, Xbox gift cards. I was just trying to give some, you know, people stuff for, you know, like Christmas, you know, to help out. And I had one person email me. And I was like, wow. I mean, I checked it to make sure the email was right. So that was just me making it wrong today. I did send an email, by the way. Okay, cool. I'll get with you after the show, bro. And I'll send you my number, my digits. I got an idea. I want to get with you on it, okay? And yeah, I think you're going to like it. By the way, missed you, bro. No homo. Glad to see you. By the way, guys, we got 7 viewers. Whoop, whoop. Like I said, he's just an obnoxious frat boy who talks enough to be right a handful. So yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree with you. He follows the concept. If I throw the dart enough times in the dark, I'm going to get one of them on the board. That's kind of what it is. But he hits a lot of bullseyes too, though. Okay, so that's also a part of the issue. And the reason why he's so dangerous to the third, fourth wave feminism, man-hating, lesbian, multicolored-haired person is because he debunks their shit right off the bat. That's the problem. That's why he's so dangerous. I forgot to email you. It's okay, man. Dude, do what you gotta do. Okay, so we're coming to the
Did you
end.
not read the way you spell email?
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing. That's why I'm laughing. All right. Dude, Super Spurg's been here with me since my very first podcast. Did you know that? He's like the one constant, man. Like, I love that guy. He's awesome. Let's see here. This is I just called this one. This is pure gold. This is by the way, I'm falling in love with this guy. He's I'm guessing he's a senator, I think. But this is the one I was telling you about. He's the same guy that was talking to that teacher from the professor that told him he needs to come to her class, and couldn't define what a woman was. This is the guy that I was telling you about.
And that means that these 4,000-ish employees would have had access to live user data all over Twitter. They could access individual users' personal information, including their live data. Have I got that right?
Yes, sir. If they so they would have access to the production environment. If they spent the time to meander around and look around, they would find that they could access.
Look at his face.
Look at
this. Including geolocation data. Did you testify to that earlier?
I know that Twitter has IP locations, and that they do use geolocation services based upon IP addresses.
Wow, 4,000 employees with access to that data. That's extraordinary. So those employees would be in a position then, if they wanted to get this information and dox Twitter users. Is that what you're saying?
That is a concern of mine, sir. Yes.
Wow. That's a significant concern. 4,000 people with the ability to dox individual users.
Oh, so the communists at Twitter can just access all of your information anytime they want and dox you.
All right, so what was the employee count, guys? Someone remind me, was it 8,000? I think before Elon Musk took over, right? It was 8,000 employees, I think, that were there before Elon Musk came, and then he fired 4,500. So half of the employees at Twitter had the ability to geolocate any person on fucking Twitter. Half. And no one said anything. No one told people on Twitter, hey, I just want you to know, 4,000 people know where you live. It's okay, though. You can trust Twitter. They have, thought police, and they have all these people that make sure hate speech is not used. What the fuck?
So, in theory, so if I was on Twitter and I said, I'm going to unalive Vincent,
right?
They would be able to find me.
Yes. But because you are negative against me, and I'm considered to be a racist, sexist, patriarchal, transphobic, anti-whatever fucking buzzword that there is, they wouldn't touch you. They would let you keep doing it. There was a 13-year-old boy that had apparently an inappropriate video that was posted on Twitter of a sexual nature. Okay? And they would not take the video down because it had something like 800,000 retweets. We just went from 7 people watching to 1, by the way. It's kind of weird. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Someone docs you.
Oh, it happens all the time in mine.
That's so weird. I remember seeing it do that. Go from 7 to 1. That's weird. If you see someone show your info online, you can take them to court. Yeah, doxing is illegal. I mean, you can't do it, man. You can't just give millions of people information. That's not safe. Let's see here. Okay, we talked about this last on our Apex's show, and I ran across this earlier in the week, and I wanted to kind of address this with you guys today. But this is a woman. This is her saying this. So listen to what she's got to say, all right? This is pretty hardcore. What is that doing? No, not that one. Stop it. What is it? That's us? No. Why did I do that? Oh, I fucked it up. Never mind. Try it one more time.
You'll get there. Don't worry.
I know. I'm gonna get there eventually. Did I close it
You're
out?
still learning. You're still
Yeah.
learning. Go on.
I know, right? It's it's funny you say that because I swear to God, when I think I've got everything figured out, I don't have shit figured out. Nothing.
Oh, I still have to talk myself through it when I'm doing it. I'm like, so I do that, then I do that, and then I do that, and they're all laughing while I'm doing it. You do this, and then right now I've got to go to that one, and then I've got to do this.
And then then I make myself like a total moron. Okay, because we can't use the word pedo anymore. All right, so we now call them minor attracted people. Listen to this.
Apparently, I've been living under a rock for the past few years because there's a thing called a pedophilia pride flag. This right here is the pedo flag. The technical term of this flag is MAP, which stands for minor attracted persons. Now, the fact that this flag even exists is disgusting in itself. But once I actually look at this flag and look at the colors, it disgusts me even more. So here's a breakdown of what the colors mean on the flag. The top two stripes are blue to represent attraction to young boys. The bottom two stripes are pink to represent attraction to young girls. The inner yellow stripes are to represent childhood and general attraction to minors regardless of their gender. And the middle stripe is white to represent innocence and unwillingness to offend. How disgusting.
Okay.
So apparently...
Okay. For those of you that have not been keeping up with this for as long as I have, about 6 years ago, maybe 7, there was this woman that was going around the world giving these speeches, these seminars on teaching people how to accept the population of people. I'm trying to do this without getting banned, that like to do things that involve minor attracted people. She would introduce this character that she had, and she would say, I know this guy. His name is Kyle. Okay. Kyle is attracted to so-and-so age children. He doesn't want to be, but he is. And she would go into this whole spiel. This was 6-7 years ago. And she was trying to convince the people in the audience that we need to start seeing these type of people as just another sexuality. I lost my shit. She came to, I think it was a place in New Mexico, and I tried to go see it, but I couldn't get there. I had to do something else. But I was actually going to go there. I was going to talk to her, but I never got a chance to. And this woman was advocating for the molestation of children. So we were just letting her go do this, and no one was stopping her. Now, I believe in freedom of speech. Okay. But and maybe I'm wrong, I don't think so, but in my mind, that's violence. That's advocating for violence towards children. I'm sorry. It is. And now, this is a very unpopular opinion, and I understand if you guys don't agree with me, but I don't believe we should kill minor attracted people. I think we should study them and figure out what makes them do what they do. So maybe someday we can actually stop it from happening altogether. Because I read a study once, and this blew me away. For every one minor attracted person that we catch, we lose 10. Okay? We'll never see them. They're so smart and they're so good at what they do, we'll never catch them. And considering the fact that a majority of the time it's a family member, we'll never know anyways. So I would much rather be able to stop it than just eradicate it. I want to know how to stop it. You know, it's the same thing with a psychopath. I would much rather study a psychopath, just kill him flat out. I want to know how to keep a psychopath from becoming a psychopath. So my friend got doxxed. Then Antifa came to his house and ruined his car. Fuck. I'm here. What's up, Derek? No, bro, I don't. I think it was a glitch, man. I think it was like the server going down or something. My friend is an experienced martial artist. He saw Antifa come to his house. He could have handed their ass back to them, but he just recorded them. No, I mean, because here's what would have happened. Okay, like if he would have gone out there and attacked him, when they called the police would have arrested him. They would not have arrested Antifa because the cops know that if they arrest Antifa, Antifa goes to the police and throws Molotov cocktails at the police station. So they don't arrest Antifa anymore. Let's see here. So they don't use the peanut bear anymore. You're right, dude. What was the South Park episode? Does anyone do this? The little doll. BLM also ruined my family member's bodega in New York City, but the store my family owns, we were protecting the business. That's what Kyle Rittenhouse was doing, you know. And Kyle Rittenhouse got called a racist and a major MAGA supporter. He was just a 19-year-old EMT carrying an AR-15. By the way, if he hadn't had that AR-15, TJ, he would have died. Just throwing that out there. BLM yelled at my family saying, "You are traitors. If you don't let us in, we're going to burn it down." Wow. What the fuck, dude? That is so fucked up, Super Spurred. All right, we're almost done. Okay, I called this one.
Have you seen my short that's got 31,000 views?
No, which one is it? No, I haven't seen that one. Which one is it?
Can I share?
Yeah,
Can I share? No, I'll just share it.
Okay, yeah.
Because I can do that. Because I'm your guest.
Yes, you can.
Oh, because I'm a guest. That's a guest, not a guest.
Can you hold that while I go pee? Is that okay?
I suppose so.
It's only been 3.5 hours. I'll be right back.
Oh, God. Right, where am I? I'm there. So, present that one. Share screen with that one. And then go to that one. And then go to that one. And then do that. Come back. And I've got to wait for him because he's got to allow it. But he'll be here in a minute.
All right, cool. I'm here. Sorry.
But you have to share that bit.
Okay.
Right. Can you see it?
I can. Is there sound?
No.
What the fuck? Is that a statue?
Yep. There's 100 of those statues.
Where's it at?
Crosby Beach.
Why?
Because it's an art installation called Another Place. They're all looking out to sea. And different people see different things when they look at the statues.
You mean besides the cock?
Besides the cock.
Okay. All right. Well, shit. Okay.
See, they are they're all the same.
Okay.
They're all sunken in at different areas, but there's 100 of those statues. And some people think they're sailors looking out to sea. Some people think that somebody wanting to unalive themselves. Some people think that they're just looking at the sunset and appreciating it. It's different people's thoughts on what they see when they see those statues.
That's so weird. I mean, it's to me, it's just creepy. Like, I don't really see them doing anything. I guess I see it as a perversion. That's kind of what I think of when I look at it. I'm like, okay. I mean, like, I guess I could see how it's art. But then again,
because you're only seeing one of them, you're not seeing it as an art installation. But there's actually 100 of those statues.
Are they exactly
all
the
the way
same
along
every
the
way?
beach.
Are they exactly
All
the
same.
Okay.
But some of them are feet high, some of them are neck high. The tide comes in and goes over their heads.
Oh, I
So
see.
at
I see.
different
Okay.
points
Right.
different points in the tide will be what different views you get.
Weird. I mean, it's definitely unique and interesting. I like how Superspurg said he sees socks. Like, yeah, Derek, I'm with you. I thought he was gonna like bite the dick or something. At first, I thought it was a person, like a real person. At first, then I saw the dick, and I was like, oh, well, okay.
Well, the dog jumps. Watch the dog. He walks away from it. That's my dog, by the way.
Yeah, Rex. Because it almost looks real. He actually gets startled.
Why aren't you moving?
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I got to do some. Okay, what are they actually called, by the way?
It's called Anthony Gormley's Another Place.
Anthony Gormley's Another Place. Okay,
And it's on Crosby Beach.
Crosby Beach. I'll check it out. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you for that. I didn't even know those things existed. Shit. Let's see here.
Well, there's that, and that's got nearly 31,000 views. That's my highest viewed video.
That's amazing, by the way. I never thought I would have a video with more than 1,000. And when I got the 2000s, and then I got the one with 72,000 now, it's crazy. But I can't even think about getting 31,000. But you got famous, you got popular because of Amber Heard, right? When you started doing the Amber Heard stuff.
I didn't.
You didn't? Who did? Was that Hen?
No, because Hen's never really covered it either. Hen started her stream as an antidote to all the Depp Heard trauma.
Okay.
Because of the DV involved, a lot of people were upset, and that she was saying that she was, and she blatantly wasn't.
Yeah, she blatantly wasn't. I mean, dude, she took a shit on a guy's bed, for God's sakes.
And so that community all came together, and Hen made her channel because people needed a place to go to get away from it, because every single channel was covering it.
Yeah, yeah.
So now and again it'll pop up. We'll do a little bit together. It's mainly I don't do lives. The only lives I do are quizzes.
Yeah,
and maybe a craft one now and again.
Well, I talked to who was it that I was talking to yesterday about that? Somebody like blew up at me. I can't remember who it was. I think I was randomly in the mall, maybe, but someone blew up at me because they're one of the people that are on Amber Heard's side, and they were like, well, they were both mutually abusive, and I said, do you know?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the entire story? And she's like, well, I know that Johnny Depp's a weird guy. And I go, and you also know that he has no history of violence toward any woman whatsoever? And she said, no, I didn't know that. And I said, did you know that she basically almost cut off his finger in the middle of one of the movies he was making? I mean, I just kind of went over some of the random stuff from it. And if anybody studies anything about psychology, okay, a violent relationship will feed off of a violent relationship. So if you have one member of a relationship, especially if it's a female, and she's incredibly violent towards her male, whether or not he was ever abusive before, he will become abusive in a way, whether it's abusive by neglect, physically, emotionally, because of the fact that he is being abused, he will therefore reciprocate in some way, shape, or fashion. So
even if it's only just verbal.
Even if it's only just verbal. So the argument that they were trying to make that it was a mutually abusive relationship was irrelevant, and that's what the psychologists refuted in the trial. I followed the trial pretty closely, and I watched the lawyers talking and dissecting about the trial too. And when the feminists started coming out of the woodwork and defending Johnny, I was like, this is big. This is
huge.
This is huge. Okay. Because Johnny has always been one of those actors in Hollywood, kind of like Keanu Reeves, where everybody just likes him for whatever reason. And they've always been a pretty good bloke, I grew up with Johnny, and I like Johnny and a lot of his stuff. I wasn't a big fan of the Pirates of the Caribbean, but I like Johnny, dude. And I was really, it actually kind of touched me a little bit, the support that Johnny got, because especially that one recording where she's like, I didn't hit you, I didn't punch you.
No, I didn't punch you. I hit you.
I hit you, and it was from a side fist. And he's like, no, you punched me. Your fist was closed. And she's like, that's not a punch. It's like, who gives a shit, cunt? What the fuck? Pardon my French, but you can't do that. You can't strike someone. You can't just hit somebody because you have a bad day. Okay? Doesn't work that way. All right?
They tried to make a big thing out of his drink and his drugs.
Yeah.
He has never, ever hidden the fact that he has a lot of drink and he has a lot of drugs.
He's
never hidden it.
He's always been that way.
He's not a party goer. He does it because he was abused by his father, by his mother. And he takes all that stuff to numb his brain, to get away from what his mother did to him.
Yeah. But and which, self medication or whatever it's called, that's what we learn about in rehab too. It's just the way it works. And I do agree with the concept that in Hollywood, Super Spurred, make a good point, they're both kind of nuts, but in Hollywood, they live in a bubble. Okay, this is something that I brought up to a bunch of people when the trial was going on. I was like, think about all the people she dated before Johnny, the ones that let her get away with it, the ones that let her become this person, because someone at some point was like, you're perfect the way you are. Never change. Because that's what they're told. So that's why she did what she did. All right. Let's finish this up because I do got to go. I've been on here for almost 4 hours. All right. Check us out, guys. You're going to love this. I will let you enjoy.
You guys want to see something disgusting?
Watch this. Hello, Mr. Grinch, all alone by the tree. Let me treat your foul mood.
It's a show
though
called
I'm
The
no
View.
PhD. It's holiday spirit and joy that you've lacked, and nothing can fix it, not even Prozac. Cheer up, Mr. Grinch. We know what you need. Some photos.
If you're
with
not
friends.
laughing, you're not alone.
Sarah, proceed.
What is this? I came to the View with my mean, grinchy frown, but thanks to all of you, that frown is upside down.
Make it stop.
Not yet. A gift from Aura will be coming your way. A picture frame for you and all you who's to display.
Now, if your brain just broke, you're not going crazy. You really did just see what you saw. They're going to replay it for you, and you're going to understand. Watch. This was 2 days ago.
Every day at home.
Did you see that? And all you who's to display.
So apparently the magical virus of unknown origin stops when it gets to the stage, and it can't spread from anyone that's on the stage that makes millions of dollars. But the normals that don't make millions of dollars, it magically affects. Because look, I've watched this a couple times. I can't find a single person in the audience that's not wearing a mask. At least that they show. Okay?
Because
So
they're told to go in with a mask on.
they're told to go in with the mask on. But the virus of unknown origin will not affect the people on the stage. It stops.
No.
for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay. And just like we were watching the video, or we're gonna watch a video. If I didn't show it, or no, we already showed it. The one where the doctor is literally saying, "It's time to wear masks again." And on the side of the box, it literally says, like this. Okay, the mask where she's wearing it. This mask right here is the #1 sold mask in the world. Okay, they literally made it's some ridiculous number, and they throw away like 1 billion a day or something. But on the side of the box that this mask comes out of, it literally says, "This mask will not stop the transference of the virus of unknown origin. This mask will not prevent you from getting the virus of unknown origin." And yet we force everyone to wear it.
It's the dumbest experiment in human history. Why are we doing this? It's crazy.
Damn right it is, man. Damn right it is. Okay, so let's see here. We're almost out of here. Super Sprite, let's catch up with you. Yeah, no shit. And we're a mask with the freaking Grinch. It's just surfing around, bro. What was that one article the guy wrote about changing your filters and how changing your filter would keep the virus from spreading? This is a good one. This is our favorite black lesbian in the White House. Because she got her job because she deserved it, just like Kamala Harris. Okay, I don't want to hear any different opinions on this. She got her job because she deserves it.
Can you take a question on the U.S. Africa Summit? Can you take a question on the U.S. Africa Summit? Karen, why is it so hard to take a question on the U.S. Africa Summit when the president is leading 50 African leaders, the biggest gathering of leaders of his administration? Why is it hard for you to give me a question?
It is not hard. I've answered. Would you let me answer the question, or are you gonna? Okay. Okay. I'm trying to answer your question. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, I just tried. You wouldn't let me. Go ahead. I just tried, and you would not let me, sir. So your colleague is going to ask a question. Go ahead. No, I literally just tried to answer your question. You shut me down. So now your colleague is going to. Okay. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wow, that is great. That is great.
Bye, Felicia.
She took her book and she went home.
He's right.
She just was like, "I'm not playing anymore. I'm going home." Dude.
No, it's not. I'm not playing anymore. So you're not giving me the respect to allow me to answer your question. If you're not going to allow me to answer your question, what's the point of me being here?
You're not familiar with the White House lady. Okay, that is Mrs. Pierre-Paul or Pierre, whatever. Okay, Jean Pierre. All right, she does that all the time. I understand where you're coming from. Let me give you some perspective.
Okay.
If you still have the same opinion, I'll respect your opinion. I disagree with you, but I'll respect it. All right. So what she does is as you saw her do in the middle of him asking the question, he didn't even get to finish the question. And the guy that's asking her is a representative from the UN. Okay. And he tends to be a little bit more centrist. He's not left. He's not right. He kind of falls like right in the middle. And one of the questions that he's asking her is specifically about the leaders, about the gas prices, about getting oil, and about why we haven't had a conversation and why we're not getting answers about what's going on with the oil prices and why they're going up. And she, to this day, and let's just change it since that video was taken 3 days ago, the White House has never allowed her to answer why we've closed down 3 pipelines in his first 17 days in office when we were completely self-sufficient with oil. He had no reason to close it down. And the moment that he closed down those 3 pipelines, our gas prices skyrocketed by over 120% within like a month. Okay. We were paying $6 a gallon for gas in some of the southern states, which were paying $1.79 before it happened. Directly after he did that, he then made a deal with Russia to get their oil. Then he went to, I believe it was China also, to get oil. Then after that, he went over to Saudi Arabia to beg them for oil. They made a big deal about it. They refused to answer the questions based off of what this guy's asking. He's like, hey, why are we not asking these questions? And why do you refuse to answer these questions? And instead of, answering the questions, she cuts him off in the middle of the question because she knows. You saw her make that look at the very beginning, like, because she knew what question he was going to ask. She's never once answered it. That's why. And her closing up her book and everything is because if you saw, there's another video out there. The other people start asking the question too, and she'll do the same thing. Her colleague was probably, if I had to make a bet, her colleague was going to ask the same exact question that he did, because we all want to know why they shut down the 3 pipelines and increased our gas by 120% when they didn't have to, and they just refused to answer the question. So that's some context back to it. Do I agree with you? Well, of course, yeah. If you're going to constantly ask some motherfucker a question and interrupt her, yeah, it's rude. But he's doing that because when they actually gave her a chance to answer the questions, she would just be like, I have no comment on that. The President of the United States makes this decision based off of informed information. That's what you're just going to have to trust in the system. That would be her answer. They never actually give an answer as to why they do it. So, because I mean, think about it. Trump had his faults, right? We all know Trump had his faults. But one thing he did do was he made us self-sufficient when it came to oil. I mean, dude, we were paying $1.79 right up the street, a mile away. Okay, I go there now, it's $3.40, and it's come down. It was $5.30 during the summer. $5.30.
Is that all? Is that all?
Yeah, I know we're cheaper, but you have to understand we were $1.79 before. It's different. It's different in your country. Okay, it's different. All right. All right.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, in California, it was $17 in certain places.
Ooh.
Okay, so like, and they have a picture. I forget where the picture's from. There's a picture somewhere. I think it was Sacramento. $19. Okay, so the questions that were being asked were like, why did you purposely shut down our pipelines whenever we were self-sufficient? And the answer is obvious. The answer is because Trump did it, and anything that Trump did has to be erased. It doesn't matter whether it was good or bad. Okay, border policy, oil, whatever. We have to erase it. We can't let it stand, even if it's good. We have to do it ourselves and make it look like the Democrats made it better. Look at what he stated on several occasions. He's taking credit for the stock market doing great. The stock market's been crashing for 18 months consecutively. Trillions upon trillions of dollars have been lost in the stock market because it's going down. As a matter of fact, they changed, I don't know if you saw this, TJ, they changed the definition of a recession. Do you know what the definition of a recession is by chance? I don't expect you to know. Okay, right? Okay. The definition of a recession is 2 consecutive quarterly GDPs in the negative. That same woman that you just saw right there, she has this famous look when she's lying. She does this. She looks up and she blinks her eyes like this when she lies. So whenever they asked her, what are we, because it started off, the question started off like this. What are we doing about the recession? What's our plan for the recession? Well, we're not technically, by definition, in a recession according to modern American standards. That's what she was saying. And then this Haas, I forget what his name is. He's like, he pulls out, swear to God, pulls out this piece of paper and goes, the America's definition of a recession is 2 consecutive GDPs, quarterly GDPs in negatives. And she's just like, well, I mean, if you want to get technical, and he's like, that's what I just asked you. So all they're doing is they do this word salad thing. Again, I don't know what they're doing in your country. I know you guys are going through some hardcore shit, but I'm not educated on what you guys are going through. I'm really not. I watched some of the news.
Neither am I, to be honest.
What's up?
Neither am I, to be honest.
So I mean, but I know you guys are going through a lot of shit, though. I know you. Because everything that happens there happens here. Everything that happens here happens there. Okay, so I got you. All right, let's do. We're almost at 4 hours. Let's try to get done before 4 hours. Okay. All right. So, guys, I talk about self-responsibility a lot. I talk about taking responsibility for your shit, and being a good person. And I've said this before. You need to act as if everybody's watching, even if you don't think anyone is.
Society in under 30 seconds. This lady could be seen knocking over this wet floor sign, and instead of putting back to where it was, she decided to lean it up against this wall. A few moments later, this guy walked exactly where the wet floor sign was supposed to be, and he ended up slipping and falling onto the floor. Instead of walking away like the lady did in the beginning, he decided, you know what, I don't want this to happen to someone else. So he puts his stuff down, goes over to the wet floor sign, and puts it exactly where it was supposed to be.
So the guy that fell down because the woman was lazy, didn't want to put the sign up, actually ends up putting the sign back up because he didn't want it to happen to anyone else. Take responsibility for your own actions, everybody. Please. All right. And I had to, we were talking about surrounding yourself with positive people and not negative people. And this is something I teach my students as well, is that if you have a friend that is mad at you for being successful, or that when you share good news with them, they talk negatively or they talk down to you, or a family member, your dad, your mom, your uncle, your sister, whatever, you need to separate yourself from that person. A person that does not want you to succeed is not a friend. And a family member that does not want you to succeed is a negative family member. Okay? That toxic nature that they have, it's going to infect you if you don't watch out.
Friends are people you can tell good things to and people you can tell bad things to. And you have friends because friends keep you sane. And this is one of the things I liked about your book, is this insistence that sanity in some real sense is distributed. It's not something inside your head. It's something that you find as a consequence of being nested in a sequence, in a hierarchical sequence of proper relationships. Friends are people you can...
It's just a little short thing. I just wanted you guys to know, I didn't learn it from Jordan Peterson. I learned it from a different study from a long time ago. But even Jordan Peterson talks about it. Okay, this is the last one, and we are out of here after this. She is Lazy Bones. The references from the Cartnark on YouTube. I don't know what that is, brother. I don't know what Cartnark is. Never heard of it. You know what Cartnark is?
Nope.
Nope. All right, just to educate me later, man. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay, we're finishing on a funny note. This is some rando dude that got tired of his fucking college neighbors always throwing parties and being too loud. I gotta say, I respect him.
In this video, this guy got really mad at his neighbors for playing music extremely loud outside at night, so he decided to fly his drone up into the sky and attach fireworks to it and shoot the fireworks at his neighbors. Thankfully, no one ended up getting harmed in this situation, but this was definitely an interesting way to go about handling this, and I feel like it should have been handled a different way, but this was insane to see. In this...
So I don't know if you guys have fireworks over there or not, but he's got a Roman candle on it. Okay. And it's probably one of the big ones. Okay. Like this long. All right. And he's just basically, because you don't know when the ball is going to fire out of the Roman candle, but he's just up there with his drone, just zooming around, just shooting shit, TJ. It's fucking hilarious. That wasn't a gun.
We do have fireworks.
Do you have Roman candles and stuff like that? Or do you guys have different?
Oh,
ones?
yeah.
Okay.
We have 50-shot cannons. They go on the floor and they shoot up 50 shots.
Oh, damn. No, I've never seen a 50 shot. I've seen a 20, never 50. Damn. That's funny when people get emotional over carts. Over Cartnark? You mean like shopping carts?
Probably.
I've never seen it, but I got to check that out. Okay, Cartnark. All right. I got to go, guys. TJ, thank you for being here with me. I really enjoyed having you on. I always like having someone to challenge me on stuff. And you always do a great job of that. You always keep me in check. Talk to Hen about what we talked about, though, please, and see if she wants to do it. Yeah, and if you see Cherry or Donut, tell them I said hello too, Fanta and all that. I definitely will, bro. I definitely will. Supersburg, you're a champ, dude. Thank you so much. I know we only got one person watching right now. Derek, thank you for coming on. Skinny, thanks, dude. I'm gonna email you as soon as I'm done cooking and everything. And I love that troll. What troll? Oh, I guess you're talking about Cartnark. But guys, remember, do good things. Be safe out there. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. TJ, again, thank you. Everybody, please be safe. Do good things. And remember, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this. It's gonna take some time. It's probably gonna be a couple years. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Don't alienate everyone around you. Okay, we didn't get this far.
Can I alienate you?
How you killing me? Also, go to TJ's channel, subscribe. All right, TJ, did you put your
No, I
thing in there?
didn't.
Okay.
The only person here is Supersburg, and I think he's already subscribed to me.
All right, but yeah, definitely you can alienate stuff from me as long as you want. But we didn't get this far, men and women. I say this all the time. This whole sexism bullshit is crap. We never would have been able to survive in this world from the beginning of time if men and women didn't work together. So all those people out there that are trying to tell you that men and women cannot live together, single moms rule, it's all bullshit. We have to have each other to survive, guys. And we're not going to make it without it. TJ, love you. Talk to you later. Super Spurg, you take care. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.